the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street. Love and bless up everyone.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff, employees who do exceptional work behind the scenes to make us all look good around here. Good morning to our testifiers, and a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning meeting of Monday, July 15th, 2024 is hereby called to order. We did our colleagues, I don't know about you, but as I have been crisscrossing the VI for the last couple of weeks, talking to people at the gas stations, at the post office, at the supermarket, there are two topics that invariably come up as a priority for discussion. One, the uptick in gun violence in the territory, which has cut short the lives of some of our family members, our friends, and our neighbors. And two, the nagging spate of power outages, which serve as a constant reminder of how fragile the Water and Power Authority is. Both issues are critical to the peace of mind and quality of life for the people of the Virgin Islands. And both will require the collective and creative input from all sectors of this community if real solutions are to be achieved. As it relates to WAPA, what do you do after this body has passed legislation requiring board members to have the background and experience relevant to the needs of the utility? What do you do after this body has passed legislation requiring the engagement of a turnaround company to develop a roadmap for WAPA's recovery? What do you do after this body has passed legislation requiring an audit of WAPA's operations? What do you do after you've poured in millions of dollars of scarce resources to the Water and Power Authority to facilitate timely payments on behalf of semi-autonomous instrumentalities? What do you do after this body has passed legislation allowing for the appointment of board members from outside the territory, providing they have the expertise to help the utility? What do you do after you've done all this and we still find ourselves in a vulnerable space when it comes to the delivery of reliable and affordable electrical service? Well, what you do is that you continue to work. Let's be real. We've been dealing with a crisis like this that has existed since I was a little boy. It's really a tremendous one. I'm recommending that the Water and Power Authority Board promptly outboards or onboards a competent CEO for WAPA. I understand that that is in the works. WAPA cannot function without a leader. Finally, I recommend that for the first time in our history, we establish a WAPA Solutions Summit this fall, where a cadre of technical experts from the public and private sectors, the federal government, the legislature, the office of the governor, the delegate to Congress, can meet to formally identify strategies aimed at fixing the perfect storm of pervasive challenges that WAPA faces: aging infrastructure, cash flow woes, challenges meeting obligations to bondholders and creditors, and outstanding financial obligations to critical vendors, and more. With regards to gun violence, I was looking at the TV a couple days ago, and they were talking about a study that suggests that the key to deterring crime is directly connected to the certainty of getting caught. Not necessarily the severity of penalties, but the certainty of getting caught. To the community, if you see something, please have the courage to say something. Also, strong family relationships, support systems, and positive role models can play a significant role in preventing gun violence. We must address the underlying issues within families and communities to help reduce the prevalence of gun violence. Condolences to all who have lost a loved one to violent crime over the last few months. Colleagues, today the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning has invited Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, Ms. Adrienne Williams-Actolin, and key members of her team, as well as the Honorable J.P. Oriel, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, to provide testimony and to answer pertinent questions. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Yes, Mr. Chair, roll call on 717. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart absent. Oh, Senator Capehart present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Heiliger, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Mr. Chair, we have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have a quorum, so we may proceed with this meeting. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair. A letter dated July 15th, 2024. Honorable Milton E. Potter, 35th Legislature, Chairman on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning. Greetings, Senator Potter. Please note for the record, I will be tardy to the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning scheduled for 10 a.m. on Monday the 15th, 2024 in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers due to a previously scheduled appointment. I will arrive as soon as possible and thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 35th Legislature, member of the Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure, Infrastructure and Planning. This concludes the reading of correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please record Senator Francis Heiliger as tardy. And I want to recognize the presence of our Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, welcome. And I saw the Senate President. He may have stepped out. We will recognize him formally when he steps back into the room. Madam Clerk, can you please read the official agenda into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The agenda for the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning meeting dated July 15, 2024. The Committee on Disaster Infrastructure and Planning will meet on Monday, July 15, 2024 at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands to consider the following. In Block 1, the Territory's progress with respect to ongoing and planned disaster recovery projects, goals and strategies, as well as a status update on the Super PMO Bundling Initiative. Invited testifier, Mrs. Adrienne William Ochteling, Director, Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery. In Block 2, the committee will meet to receive testimony with respect to the status of the development of the Territory's Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. Invited testifier, the Honorable Jean P. Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'd also like to recognize non-committee member, the Honorable Ray Fonseca. Morning, Senator, and welcome. Okay. Again, I just want to extend good morning to our invited testifier here today, Director Adrienne Williams Ochteling. I don't know why I always want to reverse your name, Director. Welcome to you. I know you're not feeling 100%, you're feeling like 90%, so we hope to have a smooth and not necessarily a lengthy meeting so that you can get you out of here as quickly as possible. So I'm going to ask you to, as a mic check, introduce yourself and introduce 2 members of your team, or they can introduce themselves.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Archer Watlington Francis. I'm the Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance for the Office of Disaster Recovery.
I'm the Chief Program Officer for the CDBG DR program.
Okay, thank you very much. My Chief of Staff keeps telling me that class of 95. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. So he's bigging you up, Ms. Haynes. Director Acton, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Milton E. Potter, Chairman of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, distinguished members of the committee, as well as my fellow testifiers and the listening and viewing audience. I am Adrian L. Williams Octolin, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery. I'm joined today by Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance, and Jamila Haynes, Chief Program Officer. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on the recovery. Since our last update to this committee in March, we have focused on advancing Rebuild USVI, accelerating projects under the CDBG DR program, particularly on the Envision Tomorrow home repair and reconstruction program. Additionally, efforts have also been aimed at finalizing fixed cost offers for the FEMA 428 public assistance projects before the September 30th, 2024 deadline. To effectively meet recovery needs, the Territory had to first acquire mutually agreed upon obligations from federal funders. ODR has successfully done just that, exceeding earlier projections of $8 billion in disaster funding to $10.8 billion in obligations from FEMA alone, tackling the first strategic priority of getting the funds. This is especially impactful when you consider that in January 2019, obligations for permanent projects stood at just $517 million, an annual increase of 84% over the last 5 years. So far in 2024, more than $3.2 billion has been obligated, which is $596 million more than funds secured in the full year of 2023. This brings the total amount of obligated funds across the entire disaster to $13 billion. Notable obligated projects for this year include the Roy Lester Schneider Hospital and several schools such as Charlotte Amalie High School, St. Croix Central High School, John H. Woodson, and Charles H. Emanuel, as well as most recently the Ivana Eudora Ken High School, E. Benjamin Oliver Elementary School, and Ulla Muller Elementary School. Now that the long-awaited obligations are being fulfilled and the cost share is within reach, the ODR more than ever is making a coordinated push to fully execute its second strategic priority, spending the funds. So far, the Territory has expended $3.4 billion in federal recovery dollars to start and complete projects. To date, the FEMA Public Assistance Program has received $10.6 billion, of which $2.8 billion has been expended. Since FEMA approved a new cost share for the USVI in February 2024, PA projects now require a 5% for standard lane permanent projects and a 2% match for 428 projects. ODR calculates that agencies will receive an additional $1 billion as the federal cost share is adjusted. Of the approximately 1,500 FEMA public assistance projects, only 31 remain to be obligated, of which 19 are 428 projects, 5 less that was reported in June 2024. This is also a noteworthy reduction in the number of unobligated projects, considering that in June of 2020, the ODR was tracking over 800. We applaud FEMA for their collaborative approach and willingness to consider creative strategy to support the resiliency in the Territory. FEMA's hazard mitigation program has received $199 million, of which $45.8 million has been expended. These projects are funded at 100%. The Department of Transportation's Federal Highway Emergency Relief Program, administered locally by the Department of Public Works, has no match requirement and has been obligated $68.7 million, expending approximately $61 million to repair the territory's roads and bridges. The Housing and Urban Development's Community Development Block Grant Program, Disaster Recovery, CDBG-DR, and Mitigation Programs has received $1.9 billion with approximately $330 million expended to date. Other disaster-related funders from various federal entities, such as the U.S. Departments of Health and Human Services, Agriculture, Education, and Commerce, have granted $208.6 million to complete projects territory-wide. Out of that amount, $152.9 million has already been spent. Rebuild USVI. In March of this year, we provided this body with an update on Rebuild USVI, another proactive approach to the persistent challenges of completing large, complex projects. In December 2023, the territory hosted an industry day to gauge interest and foster partnerships between large engineering, procurement, and construction, or EPC, contractors and local contractors. After the successful three-day event, the Recovery Leaders team continued developing the initiative, leading to the March 2024 release of solicitations for project management and construction management services to establish the territory's first Super PMO office. Since then, all benchmarks have been met. The RFP for project management and construction management services for the Super PMO was released on March 28 and closed on March 23, 2024. The responses are being evaluated, and the vendor selection process should be completed by August 2024. The awarded contractors will augment local resources to drive critical projects to commence construction and facilitate timely completion. Interviews were conducted and an offer was extended to fill the Executive Delivery Manager position. ODR anticipates advertising for the remaining positions in August. The ODR released an RFQ in March to qualify contractors for Bundle 1, St. Croix Healthcare Facilities, which includes the Wang F. Louis Hospital, Donna C. Christensen Medical Complex, and Herbert Grigg Home for the Aged, and Bundle 2, St. Thomas Educational Facilities, which encompasses the Jane E. Tuitt Pre-K to 3rd, Lockhart Pre-K through 8, Ivana Eudora Ken High School, E. Benjamin Oliver Pre-K through 8, and the St. Thomas Administrative Center. Subsequently, RFPs were released for design-build services to the qualified respondents from Bundle 2 and the CMAR services for Bundle 1. Both are expected to close on July 31st, and contract execution is projected for September of 2024. The next bundle up is anticipated to be released in August 2024 for the St. John projects, comprised of Julia Sproul Pre-K through 8 School, Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center, and the Morris DeCastro Clinic on St. John. The solicitation for the horizontal bundle on St. Croix is also scheduled for solicitation in the last quarter of 2024. This includes wastewater and potable water systems, undergrounding, power lines, and roadway reconstruction for the north side of St. Croix. CDBG-DR. As you are aware, the programmatic management of the CDBG-DR program was transitioned to ODR in November of 2023. To date, our office has integrated CDBG-DR staff into daily operations and completed a full assessment of all programs, including identifying challenges and capacity issues and developing strategies to augment performance. ODR continues to streamline operations, finalize action plans, and work closely with the grantee to execute key performance indicators for each program. Significant resources have been dedicated to moving the long-delayed Envision Tomorrow Home Repair and Reconstruction program forward. The ODR is progressing toward executing Mission 100, a goal to have 100 homes in construction by the end of 2024. ODR released solicitations for 15 homes between April. ODR released solicitations for 55 homes between April and May of 2024. Of that amount, 44 award notices are being distributed to contractors this week. Another solicitation for 50 homes is pending for August. General contractor Persons Corp. remains engaged with 19 homes in construction and is finalizing pricing on another 16 homes. In total, 27 homes are in the construction phase, 44 are pending award, and 35 have been completed. Looking beyond 2024, ODR anticipates an additional 200 more homes in construction during 2025. Due to the program's lapse over time, the office is issuing a continued interest survey to Envision applicants to ensure that we have current contact information. We also want to be able to maintain communication so that once a notice to proceed is issued to fix their homes, the families are prepared. We have found that over 40% of the people who come to the top of the list are slow to respond with documents or indicate they are not ready to relocate so that their homes can be fixed. This impacts our ability to maintain pricing with the contractors once bids are awarded. Our goal is to readily identify individuals who are displaced, disabled, or living in dire conditions to provide assistance. Additional challenges remain, especially with some applicants' struggles to legally identify homeownership and heirship. While the program is attempting to assist in every way possible, proof of ownership is a regulatory requirement and limits the types of considerations that can be made. We are encouraging applicants that once received, prioritize returning the interest survey to the program by email, mail, or in person to our office. We remain committed to moving this program forward. The development and preservation of affordable housing is a critical component of the recovery. CDBG-DR is also funding housing initiatives to the tune of $237.7 million. Recently, in collaboration with the VI Housing Finance Authority and participating lenders, Banco Popular and Rural Development, the ODR launched CDBG-DR's Own a Lot, Build a Home program. The successful launch started with radio rounds and community outreach at the 2024 Housing Expo. The program is specifically designed to assist Virgin Islands residents who own land but have not been able to secure the necessary financing to proceed with construction. This initiative provides qualified applicants a 0% interest forgivable loan, easing the financial burden of constructing single-family homes on undeveloped properties. The Public and Affordable Housing Program aims to ensure an adequate supply of affordable housing to meet the needs of the territory's low and moderate income families. The construction of the 84-unit Dunu redevelopment projects located in St. Thomas resumed environmental remediation on June 3rd after the project was stalled for some time. ODR is working closely with VIHFA to amend the current CDBG-DR action plan. This amendment would allow the Virgin Islands Housing Authority a path to obtain the additional $46 million that this project needs in order to complete construction. The Neighborhood Revitalization Program is divided into two areas to assist eligible businesses. The Building Facade and Streetscape Enhancement Program will award businesses in commercial or residential areas the opportunity to repair visible exterior damage caused by the 2017 hurricanes. The program plans to fund $13 million in projects designed to preserve the community's commercial, residential, and historic areas. 82 applicants were received. Amongst those received, 10 applications totaling $7.7 million were deemed pre-eligible. 51 applicants were ineligible, and 21 applications are pending additional information from the applicants. Once an applicant's pre-eligibility is determined, those applications are sent to VIHFA for further review and approval and development of an agreement. ODR's primary goal is to start and complete projects in accordance with federal guidelines. This drives the third strategic priority, spending the funds correctly. To this end, 990 recovery projects have been completed. In the first quarter, the ODR tracked 6 capital projects to completion. Ribbon-cutting ceremonies were held for Kramer's Park Pavilions, Cruz Bay Tennis and Orville Brown basketball courts, and the Florence Williams Public Library. Additionally, work on several projects has recently been concluded. The University of the Virgin Islands held a ribbon cutting for its agricultural facilities on St. Croix in May, and the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation celebrated the completion of 3 recreational facilities on St. Thomas: Joseph Albane, Curran Terrace, and Alvin McBean Sports Complex in June. There are approximately 108 active construction projects, including the construction of the new Arthur Richards Pre-K through 8 school, the demolition of the Donna Christensen Medical Complex, and the reconstruction of the Charles Seals Fire Station and Vincent Mason Pool on St. Croix. On St. Thomas, construction continues on the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute, Charles Turnbull and Enid Ba Public Libraries, and 3 Head Start projects, Bolongo Bay, Lindbergh Bay, and Minetta Mitchell. While on St. John, the restoration of the Head Start facility in Cruz Bay is nearing completion. The ODR is also pleased to announce the restart of construction at UVI's Ryco Center for the Arts. Contractors Custom Builder received a notice to resume work in June 2024 and is expected to complete the project before the end of 2025. Towards the end of 2024 into early 2025, ODR anticipates work to begin in the St. Croix district on 3 waste disposal convenience centers, the St. Croix Central High School, and undergrounding of power lines in Hannah's Rest. In the St. Thomas St. John district, construction is expected to begin on temporary repairs to the Queen Louise Homes for the Aged, Charlotte Amalie High School, and the undergrounding of power lines for several feeders. In 2024, as 2024 comes to a close, construction will conclude on the Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion, creating 248 units of affordable housing, Renhall Jackson Ballpark and Estate Wim, and road repairs in Christiansted on St. Croix. On St. John, road repair projects in Great Cruz Bay, Fish Bay, Coral Bay, and Maho Bay are also ending. Projects are also expected to be wrapped up in St. Thomas. The Lindbergh and Minetta Mitchell Head Start facilities are targeted for the completion by the end of 2024, as well as road work in Botany Bay, Preservation Bay, and Red Hope. The line of credit continues to support ODR's efforts to provide timely payments and funding to commence scoping, design, and procurement of materials, augmenting the pace of recovery projects. So far, ODR has utilized $28.8 million of the line of credit to advance projects through various stages, and as of today, 43.3 of the $100 million line of credit cap is available to continue to streamline recovery work. ODR has repaid $19.1 million to date. Of the $56.6 million still outstanding, 80%, $45 million, is related to acquiring propane assets, while the remaining 20% pertains to ODR-driven activities. These funds have been utilized to support projects by providing mobilization payments to commence construction on 9 homes on St. Croix, funded by the Envision Tomorrow program. Funds have also been used to continue on the Christiansted sewer lines and the restart of the Watsilla project, St. Thomas East End transformer repairs, and the Donald Francois switchgear project, and the purchase of LED lighting for several Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation facilities to include DC Canigata, Renhall Jackson Sports Complexes on St. Croix, and the Doris Hodge Tennis Court, Alvin McBean, Lionel Smart Rich Ballparks on St. Thomas. The line of credit has also been tapped to fund the land acquisitions for the Queen Louise permanent projects. ODR has been persistent through all of the various challenges, lobbying for solutions to broader hindrances within our immediate control, such as the most recent cost share adjustment and convincing FEMA to allow the territory to pay on invoice early on in a disaster. Our office will work with local and federal stakeholders to ease the impact of these challenges and develop solutions wherever possible. But the goals clearly outlined and the focus to execute on getting projects started and completed, ODR projects that approximately $474 million will be expended in FY 2025, spread across the entirety of the recovery spectrum, generating close to $23.7 million in gross receipts taxes. To date, in FY 2024, recovery projects have generated over $10.5 million in gross receipts and are expected to continue to impact the economy of the territory for several more years to come. Mr. Chair, I would like to thank you and the members of this body for your time and attention and for the opportunity to provide an update on the status of the territory's recovery from Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The ODR maintains its focus on the full recovery and rebuilding of the Virgin Islands. I would also like to reiterate our commitment to working with all our partners, including the Department of Public Works, Department of Property and Procurement, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to move projects into construction. I want to thank my hard-working team at the Office of Disaster Recovery for their dedication and tireless support. I encourage you to visit our website regularly and contact us anytime with questions or concern. We remain committed to building a stronger, more resilient, and prosperous territory, and with your support, we will continue to build a legacy of resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Williams-Actolin, for that updated, comprehensive presentation. I wanted to ask you about the Envision program. And I was really pleased and happy to see that we're making some progress, finally, in that regard. I saw your CFO kind of nudge you when you made a mistake and said 15. You said, no, it's 55. That's a big difference.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think you will agree, and most people in the territory would agree that that has been one of the most challenged initiatives with respect to our disaster recovery process. What would you say was the primary reason for its lack of success? We're talking about in the past, because right now it seems to be moving. And what would you say is a reason for the success that you're seeing right now? I know it's a big concern for us because we're not talking about public buildings. You're talking about building homes for individuals, so it's something that has hit close to home, and everybody knows somebody who has a story about some difficult round the mulberry bush sort of process that they experienced with regards to eligibility for this program. So not that I want to harp on the past, but I just want to understand, in your view, what the primary reason for the challenges and what has happened moving forward to enable us to achieve the level of success that we're seeing so quickly.
Well, Senator, the program there are a lot of processes that would have to be followed, and the very first thing that we looked at ways to streamline it. I think it's critical that at the choke points, that decisions are made at choke points so that you can create a solution across the program. The environmental requirements for the program, every house has to go through and get what we call a Tier 2 evaluation done. And we had to work with Department of Planning and Natural Resources to streamline that process and put some timelines to that process. We also, the line of credit is helping us as well because we have to be able to pay these contractors. We also engage with the contractors so that they understood that we know what their issues were and we are prepared to address them. And the team was very, very focused on getting things done. Once we were able to understand what those barriers were, we removed those barriers, and now we're moving forward.
I'll accept that response. Own a lot, build a home. I was happy to see that new initiative being launched also. How is that going? Tell me about the lending part, because I think that's always the snag that people experience. Having to go to the bank to qualify and all of that. And when you're launching a new program, being comfortable that everything is up, the banks are aware, and everybody's on the same page. I mean, are we to that point with that program where everybody is on the same page from a lending perspective? Are the rules in place?
So I would say that the USDA is 100% up and running. They're actually looking at their applicants right now to see which applicants that they're currently processing can be referred to the program. Every house still has to go through an environmental, and the difference with this program, that's why we're saying that it has to be on property that has not had any activity, is because it has to go through the environmental review process that's required by the CDBG-DR program. So, there's a number of housing programs that's out there trying to fit the needs of all of the persons out there who want to become homeowners. This one is really for people who have not started. The first step really is for you to take the homebuyer education course with the Housing Finance Authority. That's critical. It will teach you about all of the processes. And the next step, of course, if you need to have drawings, you need to have plans for your home that you're going to build. So, and then you take that to the bank, and the bank will help you, will see how much of a home that you can afford, and then they look at what the gap is, and then the bank will refer that application to the program.
So the first step would be for a prospective client to contact your office?
The first step would be,
Or each of
because our office may never have to interact with the client,
Okay.
because the referral comes from the bank. So it's more like we're managing the funds to help to augment and your gap at the banks. But we do, the team are a very experienced personnel in home ownership. So they're also taking the opportunity to guide and provide feedback and training and guidance, because we know that it's a very new process for some people, and they need to be encouraged.
What are the lending institutions that are participating in the program?
So right now we just have Banco Popular that we're finalizing our MOU with, just the final details. But it's only the banks that are doing construction lending, and that's a challenge. We're also going to work with Housing Finance Authority to hopefully for them to become a primary lender as well. But it's really those facilities or institutions that are doing construction lending.
And as far as that's Banco Popular?
Yes, as far as mostly Banco Popular and USDA. We met with USDA, the regional director as well. They're very, very motivated in really getting their portfolio moving. They've not been able to do a lot of work in that space, so they express their appreciation to have programs going that will help them to utilize their funds as well.
Okay. And to be eligible, you're talking about raw land,
Yes.
nothing at all.
If you've built your system already, it doesn't work for you, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you for that. Colleagues, I think we're going to have a 7-minute round. 7-minute round. We're going to recognize the presence of Senate President Honorable Noel Francis, welcome. And, okay, yeah. So we're going to start with Vice President, Senator Marvin Blythe. And Senator, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Director William Octolin and both of your support team there. Again, thank you so much for that testimony and update. On page 2 of your testimony, you have a chart with the federal disaster assistance grants, which total some $15 billion would that be. You have FEMA, HMGP, HUD, DOT, Department of Transportation. What about MIT funds? How come I don't see anything for mitigation funds there? Is that part of?
It's a part of HUD, yes.
Okay, very well. Okay, I'm going to stay on a line of questioning since I'm the housing chair. And I have to go there. For a minute, I thought the chair was going to steal my thunder, but I'm going to go a little deeper. Go to page 4 of your testimony. You spoke to some 31 projects remaining to be obligated of the 1,500. I think that's a pretty good place to be. The 31 remaining projects to be obligated. Do you have a time frame or an estimate of when those projects will be obligated by?
So we have to agree to the fixed cost offer. That means that FEMA is going to tell us, well, this is the amount of money that we're going to give you for this project, and we have to accept it. That deadline for us in order to get the current cost share is September 30th. So that's the goal that we're, for that, especially for that 19. The others we hope to get done by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you for that. And on page 4 of the testimony, you also spoke to CDBG DR and mitigation funds that basically you have received $1.9 billion and you have expended $330 million to date. I know we have had many conversations in respect to the MIT and CDBG DR funds, and I have not seen it here in your testimony, but I'm going to inquire anyway. The tax credit properties. Can you just give me a brief update on what's going on in that space? Because we're speaking to millions of dollars, and we're speaking to many different projects, and in all of these grants, we have an opportunity of a lifetime to see many different projects, many different home ownership opportunities, many opportunities for folks who rent also. In respect to 1.9, can you speak to the tax credit properties, what's going on in that space? Because I know we have an opportunity to have at least 300 individuals become homeowners instantaneously. Can you speak to that succinctly, please?
Sure. Both the DR program and the DR funds and the MID funds are working on the acquisition and also the conversion for homeownership. The developers have been meeting regularly with both of the teams. We're anticipating it getting closer to closing. The application needs to be reviewed by the Housing Finance Agency and approved, and then after that, they're going to work out the details for closing. So that's in short order.
Okay, that's good news. And we're speaking to Loveland.
Yes.
We're speaking to Calabash Boom.
Yes.
And we're speaking to
Grandview.
Twin St. John. Calabash Boom and, oh my
Bellevue.
God. Bellevue, sorry.
Yes.
Senior moment.
No, I have those two.
Very well. Let me ask you on page 5 of your testimony. You spoke about a ODR RFQ that was released in March for qualified contractors for bundle 1, the bundle package. Were any local contractors inclusive of that package? Do you know?
So it was issued across the board. I think what most of the contractors would do is to identify the makeup of their team is going to be. And I imagine some of them have local entities that have signed on with them. But it's still in the evaluation process, so I'm not privy to any of the names as yet.
Understood. just was inquiring as to if any local was part of that package. Your CDBG-DR program that was transformed in November, and you say, of course, you have challenges, and you are augmenting and developing new strategies. Let me ask you, though, in respect to the Envision program, I know my colleague spoke to that. I know we have had challenges. Of course, we have spoken on several occasions, and I've had several calls. Can you speak quickly and briefly in respect to those who were on the program before? And, of course, we have new contractors now. And in respect to the process, I want you to speak to the process briefly. And for those individuals who have challenges, like, for instance, those who have had their parent died during the process and moved on, but at the same time, they are still going through the process. And they are still not placed in their homes. What is being done for those individuals? Number one, for those individuals, have you reached out or partnered with legal services because they have actually received grant to assist individuals in those positions, legal services? So if not, you can reach out to those individuals. Secondly, for those individuals, in terms of your testimony, you spoke to relocation and having issues. What's being done also to assist those individuals in terms of relocation? I believe that should be part of the program. So can you speak to that briefly, please?
Sure. So relocation, a lot of the applicants that come to the top of the list saying, well, they need relocation assistance. The program did not have specific guidelines to support relocation, which would make it very difficult to expend the HUD funds. So what we've done is to work on a policy that will outline how relocation assistance will be granted, what is the requirements, so that any family indicating they need it will have a path forward in getting that support.
That's good news. I'm happy to hear that because that has been a bone of a contention for many, many of those individuals. So I'm sure they're going to be happy to hear that. And also, own a lot, build a home. Man, listen, honestly, I'm going to be honest and put it on the record. I'm happy that, you're involved in this process. You've been there, done that. And we have been talking for some time. I have been talking for some time. Many people here, land rich, cash poor. It's a no-brainer to me to have this type of program. So I endorse this program 100%. It's very, very, a good thing to do. Is very important. And we have opportunity to make changes and impact people's lives. And it's 100% forgivable loan, correct?
Yes.
How are you? I've seen it in the newspaper, etc., but some people still don't know about the program. How are you marketing and advertising this most important program here in the territory?
Yeah, so our outreach is going to be ongoing. Lisa Richards has been my senior program manager has been on the radio, both on St. Croix and St. Thomas. We're planning on putting together a video that will outline to people what the steps are. Because some people hear about a program, they approach me all over asking, what do you do next? So we are going to aggressively ramp up the marketing because it's not something that a program that you could just go in today and today for today. You really need to prepare in order to take advantage of it.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, if I may, your CDBG-DR action plan for Duno, because that's another 84 units we're speaking to, and I know they have some challenges. So what's the time frame? I'm not going to get into the details, but what's the time frame for this action plan to come forward?
So there's some regulatory requirements for public comment period that's necessary and it's standard. So and also HUD gets another 60 days to make a decision on whatever the plan has submitted. So we're looking at about 120 days conservatively to be able to get this action plan approved.
But thank you so much for your responses, and Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Director Actolin, of the 1,500 FEMA PA projects, you said that 31 remain to be obligated?
Yes.
That's exceptional. And you said of which 19 are 428 projects.
That's correct.
As exceptional as that appears to be, are any of the remaining projects in jeopardy? Should we be concerned about any of the remaining projects?
No.
Being
We have, well, the only jeopardy that we're in, if we're unable to agree by September 30th, then we're going to go back to the 90-10 cost share. But very early on, FEMA met with FEMA leadership. We met and spoke about what we need to do. We needed to turn in everything and our requests by March 31st, in which we did. And we've been working very closely. I think that one of the most critical ones for us is the replacement of the Richmond power plant on St. Croix. That was a tremendous accomplishment. We extend our appreciation to FEMA for leaning in and being able to provide that, to not only just replace specific generators, but tell us, we're going to give you a whole new power plant. So we are working very closely on that with FEMA and US DOE to be able to develop that so we can accept that fixed cost offer by the end of September. It's a tall lift, but we're all working together to try to make that date.
Okay. And we're optimistic that we will
Yes.
meet that date. You project that agencies with the new cost share adjustments, you project that agencies will receive an additional $1 billion since the federal cost share has been adjusted, right? Now, how will this, I'm just trying to understand how that works. How will this unexpected, I don't know if you call it a windfall, how is that, how do you approach, that?
Well, we don't look at it as a windfall because we were short. We just closed in the gap. We weren't able to come up with the money for the match, and now we just have to come up with less money. So we are looking at ways. One of the things that we started right away was that we've owed contractors money for match. So we went back and revisited it and drawn down money and paid the contractor. And looking at anybody else who's owed match, that cost share difference can help to increase. So it could be you could get 8% more, or we will owe you 8% less, from 90 to 98%, and that's what we'll be able to do. And then find ways that we could pay the other 2%. Okay. So it's really just closing the gap.
So do you have a game plan as to, a documented strategy as to how you're going to approach covering this reduced match? Is that something that you guys...
Yes, absolutely. So we started off working with FEMA, because first FEMA had to take every single project and obligate the difference. So once the difference is obligated, then we go back and look at any payments that needed to draw down additional money. So we're in the process of doing that for all of the projects. And FEMA didn't do it all at once. It's a lot. So we as they finish those particular departments, then we go back and making the adjustments and drawing down the additional fund.
Got you. Regarding Rebuild USVI, I know and the Super PMO office, you said in your testimony that the executive delivery manager position has been filled. You've identified someone.
Yes.
Is that individual on the job?
No, we are waiting for this individual to accept the offer.
Okay, so an offer has been extended.
Yes, and we're pending a response.
Okay. What are the remaining positions needed to outfit that office?
Yes, so we need an associate director of project management and construction management. We're also looking for engineers, architects, project delivery analysts, a associate director for finance, and also the liaisons to the various departments. So each, like a health liaison, there's health, there's schools. The agency liaisons are the other positions that we will be filling immediately. After that, we'll be looking at, logistical and other type support, but we're phasing it in as opposed to ramping completely up. We're phasing in and increasing the staff as warranted.
And you haven't started the recruitment process for those other positions as yet?
No,
Are you
because
waiting
we
for the
wanted to
super
give,
guy?
yes, we want to give them, the EDM, an opportunity to help to select the staff.
Okay. One final question, and I'll let my colleagues weigh in again. You indicated that the RFP responses for the project management and construction management services for the Office of the Super PMO should be done by August 2024. And you mentioned that the awarded contractors, I saw that S, will augment local resources. So I wanted to know if that RFP, are you selecting multiple people, a separate project manager, consultant, as well as a separate construction manager, consultant?
Well, we reserve the right to select more than one based on what is received. We wanted to go as broad as possible so that if we didn't get what we need, we didn't have to go back out. It could be selected in one firm. I mean, this firm can present strong project management and construction management capabilities, and we only would need to execute one contract.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Before that, though, let's recognize committee member Senator Kenneth Gittins. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone, and of course, the staff and of ODR, as well as Director Octaline. I'm going to tell you, I really enjoy when you come before us because you seem to have everything together, and what you do is so critical to our Virgin Islands, not only our social issues, but also the economic issues, especially with the spending of some of these federal monies. The chairman asked one of the questions I was going to ask, so I'm going to turn that down regarding the personnel for the executive delivery manager and the that type of management that you're going to have internally to help manage these super PMOs. I'm going to ask you on page 7, turn with me to page 7, with the Neighborhood Revitalization Program. Just indicate for the record, what was the deadline for a person to apply for this program and if the program has now closed?
So the deadline was pre-established before we took the program over. What we did is evaluated the applications that were received. We reserve the right to reopen the application pool if we do not have enough applications to be able to meet the set aside in the program. Right now, we're looking at another 21 applications that still need to be vetted. And of the predetermined one, we're looking at 7.7 million of the 13. So chances are if we have good applications, we'll be able to meet the amount that has been designated.
Yes, because you have in excess
Yes.
a waiting list. I would say it's a waiting list because those who are going to be there may not be able to really gain access to this 13 million because you have such a strong response for this program, which is good. It's
Yes.
always good. Okay, now follow me to page 10 of your testimony, and this covers the topic of the line of credit. I wanted to ask, with the restart of the Wasilla project, which was the line of credit was used as a source of funding to fund that. How much did you pay out from the line of credit?
Archer Watlington Francis, 45 million.
Okay, so that's the 45 million for the Watsilla? I don't think that's the Watsilla, Mrs. Watlington Francis?
I'm sorry. Watsilla was $3.9 million.
3.9 million.
Yes.
And then the St. Thomas East End transformer repairs.
$226,000.
226K. Okay, the Donald Francois switchgear project.
$137,674.
137. Okay. Okay, and the LED lighting for several of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation facility to include the DC Canigata and Reinhold Jackson sport complexes. All of these. And the reason I'm asking is because when this line of credit was put together, these are not disaster recovery projects in themselves. They were? The
Yes.
Watsilla?
Yes, it is actually a project, that Watsilla is funded by CDBG-DR.
Okay, so that was part of that Watsilla project is funded by CDBG-DR.
Correct.
Okay. Because you remember we had the issue where we had the state of the emergency, and to restart the program, right, to pay the vendor to actually do the work, to restart the Watsilla program, the governor had the state of emergency to pay them. So that's why I was asking for just some clarity to see exactly what that restart looked like. But you're saying that this 3.9 million is specifically for the CDBG, and what was it?
2
just
minutes.
to purchase the Watsilla project, the generators?
So that, yes, it was the purchase of the generators.
The 4 new generators.
Correct.
Okay, good. That's some clarification there. I like to get down into the details because that's where the devil lives. Okay. All right. And now this East End transformer repairs. What was that for?
That is also a public assistance funded project. And those projects, they needed to be able to get equipment to keep the project on schedule. So that is also a recovery project.
Would you be able, I know I've asked this several times, would you be able, I don't know if you've done it already because I asked about it, would you be able to send us a listing of all of those projects that have been paid from the line of credit? I don't need the 45 million for the VTOL. We all know that.
Yes.
But the remaining amount is what I need.
Absolutely.
And I don't need amount you've repaid. You have already delineated it here in your testimony. Okay, now let's go down furthermore to the same page, page 10. You mentioned, and this would be in your second to last paragraph, you mentioned a 23.7 million in gross receipt taxes. Which fiscal year are you projecting that? Because I know you typically, when you're paying out monies, you typically take off a percentage from the top from the vendors, correct? And that goes straight into our coffers.
That's correct.
Okay, what is that percentage so the listening public could be reminded?
5%.
5% off the top for all of these projects, correct? And that is for their gross receipts, correct?
Yes, these are for projects that are contracted over $225,000.
Tell them again, 225. Mr. Chairman, I'm almost done. I have one more burning question. Okay, good. So how much are you projecting? Is this 23.7 million gross receipt? Is it for fiscal year 2024 or 2025, or a combination of both?
The 23.7 is for fiscal year 2025.
Excellent. All right. Now, let's go. This is my final burning question because I need to get this answered. I love this lovely chart you have here with the Federal Disaster Assistance Grants Federal Summary. However, I did have a burning question when it comes to the HUD funding, which you have anticipated. The estimate is at 1.9 billion. That's a lot of money, right? But your allocated amount, that's your estimate, and your estimate is supposed to be bigger than your allocated amount normally. But I see that your allocated amount is 1.8 $1,917,930,884. What is this difference with this 17 million in your allocated? How did that come about? Can you explain that?
Sure. So 1.9 billion is what was originally estimated for the CDBG funds, inclusive of DR mitigation, and then we subsequently had an obligation for the electric grid as well. So with how it works, we usually do an estimate, which is our anticipated that we get up to 15 billion. Then we look at our funding that's allocated and then obligated. Many federal funders work differently. Not everyone has an allocation and then an obligation. So in this case, we have aligned the allocation and the obligation once all the funding became available, which put us over the $1.9 billion.
Okay, so are you going to look? Okay, thank you so much. I do have another question, Mr. Chairman, but you've been gracious to me and I don't want to take advantage of that. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Director Actilin Williams, in respect to the line of credit, you say you were looking to tap into the line of credit for the acquisition of land for the permanent home for Queen Louise.
Yes.
How much you're speaking of in terms of tapping into that fund for the Queen Louise, and how many units are we speaking to for Queen Louise home?
So the Queen Louise home for the aged is, we're rebuilding, and we purchased and I'll have to get the plot. We purchased it, not putting it back on the same site. We are rebuilding it on another site. So part of the funding was used to acquire the property.
How much did we spend to acquire the property?
We spent $181,000 out of the line.
Okay.
That is immediately reimbursed from the PW.
How many?
So they're designing. They're actually designing in the process of designing the facility.
Okay. Thank you so much for that information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you so kindly. Now, I wanted to ask about the grid. You mentioned Deputy Director Watlington Francis that there was a certain amount of money that went into repairing or expanding the grid, the electrical grid.
So the grid dollars is part of a tranche, the tranche for CDBG, 67 million, I believe it is.
67
yes.
million.
So that's another tranche of the DR funds that's included in the 1.9 billion.
Okay. Thank you so kindly for that clarification.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator, I don't think Senator Francis Heiliger is here. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I want to do something here with Mr. Actilin. I want to ask a question, and I hope that one of the two ladies that's with you could answer that whilst we go ahead and ask some other question, at least research it. But I want to find out if you can name the 19 projects that are not obligated, that are 428 projects. Is it possible for one of those young ladies next to you to look up those 19 so that the time they start, time's sake, they could just riddle them off?
Sure.
Because I want to ask you some other questions while that is being looked up. I don't want to lose my time with that being looked up, please.
Sure. Go ahead. Yes, I have them here and I can give it to you. Go ahead, you can ask your other question.
We'll hold that there for a minute. You spoke about a couple of projects. You spoke about the Frederickstead Pool. You spoke about the Renhall Jackson. You spoke about the schools. But none of the projects you are giving me a timeline for completion. And that is important to the people that are listening. Hearing of these projects starting and not hearing a timeline is not good for me, at least. So let's talk about Frederickstead Pool. What's the timeline on that starting and finishing?
So the Frederickstead Pool has already started. We're looking at completion in, depending on the long lead items, we're looking at the first quarter of next year.
For completion.
For completion, yes.
You didn't mention nothing about Alexander Henderson School.
Alexander Henderson School, it's actually in the designing phase so we have not begun construction at Alexander Henderson School. They're actually still doing the design.
The Renhall Jackson Park, when is that finished to be completed?
The Renhall Jackson Park is pending approval from FEMA EHP. That is what has stopped the construction of the facility. We expect once we get that, it'll take about another 3 months.
And the status of the Canigata ballpark, the small park?
The Canigata ballpark, again, is still pending. Portion of the work has already started. I can get that. That one I have not committed to memory. I can get that for you.
My next question, with this Envision project, is there a timeline as to when we must spend all of this money? And if there is, what's the deadline?
2026, that is the deadline to spend this money. We would have to request an extension if we're not completed by that time.
Well, I think we need to start putting in for that extension, because there's no way I can see we're going to complete it with the amount of homes and family that are continuously complaining about this project. I sure hope we don't lose this money, because we've been having our fair share of rain. And I can tell you, people are constantly, I saw someone just put a new blue top on the roof. Just put on a new blue top, because the rain is just soaking down in these homes. I am not impressed with the process of this Envision program and how it's moving. I'll be straight and frank with that. I am very frustrated. When it rains, because of the people homes that I go to, I think on those people. So I'm very disappointed in the progress of this, and 2026 is around the corner. So I pray that we don't lose that money. You spoke about this HUD. I want to ask a question. Not HUD, but the Housing Finance Authority. And it seems as if you guys are doing all of their work for Housing Finance Authority. What's the real deal on that? Because when I look, you're pretty much taking over their work. So what's going on with that?
Senator, we've not taken on. The Housing Finance Authority still has their responsibilities. We are managing the DR funds that works along with the Housing Finance Authority. The Housing Finance Authority, even when the DR program was with them, there was 2 separate components. You had Housing Finance Authority proper, and you had the DR program. So it is just a continuation. Housing Financer still has their responsibilities. They utilize some of these funds. We've not assumed any of their role. So that is not factual.
All right, so have you resolved the home ownership and heirship issues for those homes that are qualified? Have you resolved that problem up to this day?
Senator, all this is done on a case-by-case basis. There's no blanket approval that can be given for homes when the residents of the home cannot determine ownership. That is a regulatory requirement, and if there's ways that we can assist on a case-by-case basis, that's what we endeavor to do. But if you're not the owner of the home, it is difficult, without breaking the law, to expend funds for someone who does not own the home. To every extent that we have possible to help, that's what we're doing. We're getting legal input. We're getting any kind of assistance that we have. And that's what we endeavor to assist these families. But if they're not the owner, our hands are tied.
I want to say this to you. Sometime back in April, I sent you a text with some folks that are having some hardship in making communication about the Envision program. And I spoke to about 2 of them this morning, and they have yet to receive a call from anybody regardless of their home and the status of their home being repaired. And I sent some information from April, and nobody having contact these family, and I
Senator,
see these homes.
Senator, that is not, I am encouraging you to reach out to me, because the homes of the people on your list, many of them have been contacted, and they have awards that's pending. So if you have a name to the contrary, please,
All right.
you have my number, please call me.
After the hearing. Let me leave that for after the hearing, because as I said,
All right.
I spoke to those individuals as early as this morning, and I won't come here on this floor without speaking to my constituents, asking them the status, and if anything have happened thus far. So I definitely will call you as soon as
Absolutely.
we leave here.
I look forward to it.
Now, with the pool, what was the hold-up? We spoke about the pool before, and we was told that the hold-up was with the piling.
Time.
Have they begun to piling?
So, yes, the work has restarted on the pool, Senator. We needed millions of dollars more on the pool that we had to go back to FEMA in order to get, because the design, because of the pilings, it's going to cost more. And then the contractor who was on the project before could not get the bonding. There was a multitude of problems with the pool that we've now resolved by getting additional funding from FEMA, getting a new contractor on board, and the contractor, Benton Construction, has restarted the pool.
Mr. Chair, I think my time has been called, but I asked a question to hear of those 19 projects that are not addressed in the 428. So
Sure,
my
I
time
can
has
give
been
it to you. Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to provide that.
Thank you very much, Director Williams-Acton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Director Acton, I wanted to ask you in your testimony on page 3.
Senator, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to answer the senator's question, if you don't mind.
Sure,
Okay.
sure.
So there's the pump stations for the wastewater treatment plant, the potable water distribution obligation. We have some St. Thomas communication infrastructure for BIT, the VIDE contents for the schools. There's a project for St. Croix and a project for St. Thomas, a unified paving project that we're nearing agreement on, and also the UVI power and lighting. So the wastewater projects include 4 projects, and the potable water, because we do have one for each island, that will make up the 19 projects. Many of those projects we have going through the process that we believe that we should be able to have completed by the September deadline.
You said that the water projects have 4 different water projects. Can you list where they are?
The wastewater.
Please.
The wastewater, we have St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, and then there was a Richmond bubble screen, potable water distribution sector.
Yeah, I was trying to get the area. When you tell me St. Thomas, St. Croix, it doesn't help me a lot, or my constituents who are trying to find out about these particular projects.
It's the island is the PW. The PW is for the entire island.
Thank you very much. Very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. In the PW for these portable water connections, it doesn't specifically state the area.
No, it's for the entire island.
It's for the entire island.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you just for that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I noticed on your website, Director Acton, the undergrounding initiatives, on the utilities. Notice that I saw, numbers and timelines for the St. Croix undergrounding initiative, the St. John undergrounding initiatives. I didn't see anything about the St. Thomas undergrounding. I know that you've started just to some extent over here, but can you tell me where we are with regards to that initiative here on St. Thomas?
Yes, the St. Thomas undergrounding, or more of the unified utility coordination is behind of St. Croix because we use St. Croix as a test case in presenting this entire approach to FEMA. So we had to go back, and after they approved we still haven't completely gotten the wastewater and all of the WAPA water obligated for St. Croix, but we're past the debate point with FEMA. So the next phase is actually to move forward with St. Thomas, feeder 5A, not 5A. Let me not go from memory. But there are projects now that have been outlined for St. Thomas that they're getting the environmental review approved from FEMA so they can actually go out to bid. So it's a little bit behind of St. Croix, but we're moving forward now to actually be getting construction projects for St. Thomas, going for undergrounding.
Okay, I mean, I hope that like a place like Tutu Valley, where right after the storm, and a couple days after, we were able to traverse down the hill, that's where I live, and you see the destruction of these utility poles and houses and the roads, it's impassable. It just seemed like a very a wise and sensible strategy to try to alleviate all of that mess, which will ease in the recovery effort, make the recovery process, God forbid we have another storm, a lot easier. But I don't think I've been clear, and you're not WAPA, so I don't want to put this on you. I don't think I've been clear as far as understanding the scope of where in the territory will we be having the undergrounding versus the composite poles and all of that. I don't think we've gotten clarity on that.
So that's actually a good question, Mr. Chair, because originally WAPA had designated a mitigation plan that outlined where we'll have composite poles versus undergrounding. The undergrounding has proven to be extremely expensive. So WAPA had gone back and looked at that plan because they always have to, with the mitigation, you have to develop a benefit cost analysis. So the benefit, that ratio needs to be intact in order for FEMA to approve the plan and fund the approach. So what has happened now is that they've gone back and asked for some more composite poles in other areas that originally was designated for undergrounding. So that approach is still being reviewed now by FEMA. We're waiting for that update, but WAPA is really working to make sure that their BCA stays intact.
Thanks for that clarification. Senator James, Maurice James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. I actually want to address this hearing in a different way. There's a reason why we have so much money in federal funds in a territory, and that is because there are people who need help and people who we should be serving. So I want to focus on the Envision program, Envision Tomorrow, and get some clarification on the page where you speak about the number of homes in construction, because it's not clear to me. Your goal at the end of 2024 is to have 100 homes in construction. Does that include the 19 homes in construction by the general contractor, Persons Corporation, and I'm trying to figure out, you started at the top with 100 homes in construction by the end of 2024. Then we see that the corporation is engaged with 19 homes, and then you have in total 27 homes in the construction phase. So, words matter to me. I'm an attorney, and I'm trying to figure out, I'm not good with numbers, but I'm trying to figure out the numbers here. So the 19 and the 27 are part of the 100?
So yes, the 19 and the 27 is a part of the 100.
Is the 19 part of the 27?
So we have.
In other words, do I subtract 27 from the 100? And
No, the 19 is in the 27.
the 19 is part of the 27?
Yes. So we have 27 homes in construction right now. We have 44 homes that we plan to issue into the contractor this week. So
Okay.
you're going to add
So that would
27
take
and
it to
44.
44.
Yes.
Right, I get 71.
Right.
And so you're aiming then for another 29.
Right. And
Before
we
the
plan
end
to
of
put out another solicitation for 50 homes in August.
Right. But you already have 44.
Yes.
Okay, and then
Yes.
and then when you say 35 have been completed, do I ignore that totally as they're completed?
Yes.
They're in my past, and
Yes.
so I do not need to think about them.
Correct.
They're finished.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. I'm getting good on this one now. Then the additional 200 homes, you want to do 200 more in construction, and then you had 100 homes in construction at the end of 2024. How many homes totally were the total amount of homes in this program?
So we have there was 600 homes 600 applicants that have been determined eligible based on work that was done in the past.
Okay, 600 eligible people.
Yes.
And the paragraph, and I'm asking those numbers because I am going to get a little philosophical here this morning, but you have to bear with me. There's a statement that I'm seeing appear over and over in my interactions with agencies and departments. And that's why I started by saying the only reason we have this money is because we need to help people, which I know you would agree. We need to serve those people. What I'm noticing, and you also have it in your paragraph, you speak to people being slow to respond with documents or indicate they are not ready to relocate so their homes can be fixed. One of the things about service to others is meeting people where they are.
2 minutes.
May I, how many minutes? Oh,
You have 2 minutes, Senator.
it's about meeting people where they are, and we need to get that across as public servants. And this isn't only to you or your people that are there. This is just something that I'm noticing that's very concerning to me. Meeting people where they are really isn't wanting them to be where we want them to be, because sometimes they don't even want to be where they are. We have to see that. And it means, respecting their circumstances and working with them according to their physical and mental limitations and capabilities. So I say all of that to say that when I see things like they're slow to respond with documents, they're not ready to relocate, later on, there's struggles. Your goal is to readily identify individuals. It seems to me as if we don't know the people we are serving. We don't know the people we are helping, that we're supposed to help as public servants. we have to give people what they need when they need it. And here we are, 2024, and I think they needed help from 2017. So I'm not knocking you, because you have, with this Envision program, you were very diplomatic in saying that due to the program's lapse over time, that your office is issuing a continued interest survey to applicants to ensure that you have their current contact information. So you need to understand the frustration that these people have.
Time.
And may I just wrap up?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Okay, actually, I'll ask you one question I'll ask you. And that has to do with, again, ODR, you're launching the CDBG DR's Own a Lot, Build a Home program. Is that realistic if you're telling me own a lot? Well, let me rephrase it. Do you have contractors that you can recommend to the young people who are asking me what contractors are out there that can construct a home? So that's the question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. I concur to a large extent with some of your comments, Senator, regarding the emotional time or the emotional period or the emotional issues of having a home that has been destroyed and trying to navigate your way through that process. And sometimes your response isn't as timely. Sometimes you don't have the wherewithal. You don't have someone in your home who can who understand the process. And I'm hopeful that, Director, there is a, and I know you have rules, you have regulations, and there are guidelines that have to be met, and you can't do anything that isn't in sync and in line with the process. But I think it would be a nice thing to have, if, just given the nature of the circumstance, hurricane that devastated homes, to have, and I don't know if it's a counselor, an analyst, or persons in your department who can meet, like Senator James just mentioned, meeting people where they are, because you can respond and say, look, you missed the deadline, and by right, it's a truthful thing to communicate if you miss the deadline, and I can't go forward unless the deadline is met or the documents are properly submitted. But are you taking into account the emotional space that people are at after they've been the victims of a major hurricane? And I know you just inherited this Envision program, but maybe you can comment on that.
Sure. I mean, I apologize if the language in my testimony give any connotation that we are trying not to provide patience. I'm going to take and just share. I have staff members that have gone to homes and found someone who was unresponsive and called me back crying because she wanted to be able to help them. And we ended up calling Human Services and going, and there was some case of abuse. To our pre-con, we called someone who, it's time for you to come to do the notice to proceed, and they didn't have any transportation. And we worked with Human Services and went out and brought them to be able to do their notice to proceed. We have gone and looked for people. I send my staff out regularly, and they go out and look for people and take documents and bring back documents and take them places. So I don't know if there's some language in there that made us think that, the staff really cares. They have gone above and beyond to help. What we want to be able to do is also to get this interest survey so that we know you still are interested. We have a lot of people that we've done drawings for, continue to do work for, and they're no longer interested in the program. we can't expend funds because if we don't have a completed project, then that money cannot be reimbursed. So that is the intent of the interest survey, to get people ready, to find out what do you need. Do you have another person who we can contact to help you? That person that we went to do the inspection, we didn't know who else to contact. All we had was him. So we're asking them to fill out this form so that when it's your turn, we know that what you're going to need so we don't waste time. We have till 2026. We're trying to get these homes out. The people in this program, they care. They really care about these applicants. So if somehow I drafted my testimony to convey that that's not the case, I do apologize. But I really need to set the record straight.
I appreciate you getting that on the record. And I didn't mean to imply that you were this dragon lady who was insensitive, but I just felt the need to follow up with what Senator James said, that there has to be some level of recognition as to where folks are during these types of disaster
Absolutely.
situations.
And we are sensitive to that.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for your response. Senator Francis, you're recognized. Well, before that, we will take a brief two-minute recess. Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning stands in recess for 2 minutes. Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning is back on the record. Senator Morris James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so that the public understands where my concern lies, I just wanted to go through quickly with Ms. Williams-Actolin, because maybe I have the numbers incorrect. There are 600 eligible applicants. What's the total number of applicants that are completed? It can't be the 35 because the previous administrator of this program had a program from 2019. So it can't be that it's 35 of the 600, correct?
Unfortunately, yes, Senator, that was the completed number. Since we've completed 5 additional ones, so now it's 35.
Inside of me went, oh Lord, I may as well bring it out. Okay, so you understand where, so then, and that's why I said to you, I'm just going to follow up with this, why I said to you that you were being diplomatic in your second paragraph, but I'm going to read that sentence again. You said, due to the program's lapse over time, the office is issuing a continued interest survey to envision applicants to ensure that we have current contact information. And that's what the sentence jumped out at me because it means if you are seeking current contact information by issuing a survey, you see the disconnect? There was no continuity of operations or work from one agency to the next. If you now have to undertake that, so this isn't about, and I hope you did not misunderstand where my concern was, that it's not about your employees who have to do what they have to do and your office. So one more question. How many casework, because I don't know your operations, and knowing you, I think your operation is going to be different. Do you have, for example, case workers assigned to the remaining 565 eligible applicants?
So we have...
Is that how it works?
We have housing specialists that are working towards getting the applicants ready and finalized, updating any documentation that they need to move them into the next phase of executing their contract for the work to begin. In the past, that was done by Horn. There was a contract with the Housing Finance Authority that Horn LLP provided those case management services. There was some concern that there was a lot of administrative fees and costs being expended without having enough construction activity to demonstrate the amount of admin fees that have been utilized. And that has mandated that we streamline how the program is provided going forward. So I am ramping up. I have been advertising for housing specialists. As a matter of fact, we just brought one on this morning, our very first day, today on St. Croix. So we are increasing the staff to be able to manage the applications that we have right now. But the other thing too is that we just need to make sure that the information, that we know who's next. So the plan is for us to group the homes, get the next group of people who are ready, and move them into getting the contractors. So we're reaching out to them. We want to make sure they're ready to move, they have a plan, and then we're putting them into solicitation. And we're trying to group them in groups of 50 so that we can get them moving, and then we know who, frankly, didn't want to wait for the program any longer. So we had 600 applicants. They may not be all eligible. They may not be all interested anymore. Some of them may have said, you know what, I'm tired of waiting on this program and fix their own homes. So we just need to we're going through the process of trying to identify and seeing what that real number is. That helps us to plan, project funding, project costs, project manpower, and that's pretty much part of our strategy.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator James.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, and I know that envision the overall pie chart, maybe just one sliver of the recovery, priorities. But what makes it really sensitive is that you're talking about housing and rebuilding housing. So people will judge the effectiveness of the recovery based on our ability to address, this housing issue. And you have a lot of people who've been, just in a very frustrated space when it comes to this Envision program. And, I'm glad that we haven't just thrown up our hands and said, let me shift our focus on something else. So I am hopeful, I'm optimistic that with our renewed efforts, that we're going to, pick up the pace significantly when it comes to doing right as far as by these homeowners who have lost their homes in such a devastating storm. I wanted to shift a little bit, Director Actolin, and ask you about the FEMA hazard mitigation program. You said they received $199 million, of which $45.8 million has been expended. And these projects are 100% funded, right? So what's the issue with projects not getting completed even when no local match is required? Am I looking at that
No,
wrong?
You're actually asking a very good question, Senator. So the hazard mitigation program is structured a little differently than some of the other programs where FEMA will assist, but they give us what they call a design approval first, and then we have to go back with the design back to FEMA, and then they approve it, and it is a bit administratively burdensome, so it takes up some time. And then originally, some of these costs were agreed upon early on in the disaster for the applications, and when these phase ones, that's what they call them, the phase ones, are done, they come in way higher than what was allocated. So therefore, we have to go back to FEMA again for approvals. So that the approval process takes time. So because of that, it really slows the ability to move those projects that are funded. But we have made progress. We have the Charles Seals Fire Station on St. Croix that's in construction. And then we have the wind retrofit. We also funding the safe room out of the Arthur Richards K through 8 project on St. Croix. That's being funded with HMGP funds as well. One of the other critical projects that we've been recently talking about was Veterans Drive, and funding a portion of Veterans Drive from the hazard mitigation funds. But hazard mitigation funds are being layered with a lot of the larger critical projects. We have to keep a separate scope for what the hazard mitigation work is being done, but in many cases, they are part of some of our larger projects.
Thank you for your response, Director Actolina. Senator Novell Francis. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and of course, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Director Actalin, thank you for your testimony and thank you for your willingness to always take my calls or respond to my text messages. And of course, you're just one person. And as we continue to contemplate and hear this discussion about the Envision program, it brings a level of anxiety because, of course, we're in the hurricane season and the humanitarian aspect of you and your staff is commendable. But when individuals are hungry or they're homeless, this brings a sense of anxiety that pains all of our hearts. 600 eligible homes to be repaired, 35 completed, that's 6%. Our efforts are being done there, and of course you spoke about the 100, Mission 100 that's in place right now, and I wanted to ask you, first of all, what is the funding availability right now for the Envision program?
About 235 million.
235 million. And can you speak to what is the criteria have been used or the categories that was able to see the Mission 100? How was the 100 homes selected for repairs at this time?
So the priorities for the program are displaced, disabled, and I'm drawing a blank. Displaced and disabled are the top two priorities.
Excellent. So you started off from those, the displaced and the disabled, and then kind of worked your way to the other priorities. Is it fair to say that the individuals that fell within the top 100 so far will fall into these categories, the displaced and disabled?
Yes, displaced, disabled. The other criteria that we needed to be able to get the tier 2s done. So when we took over this program, we tried to mention, we can't put a house out to bid unless we had environmentals done on the home. So when we pushed forward, once we received the program from HFA, we looked at the tier 2s that were already in progress, and anyone who had a tier 2, we put them out to bid because, of course, they were at the finish line. In addition to that, we've been looking at people who are displaced, like those who are homeless, those who have severe damage to their homes, and making sure that we push them to get their tier 2s. So there's a lot of steps to get the house to a point where we can issue a notice to proceed to the contractor. If I tell you, it's so many steps. Once you get the tier 2s, the environmental, there's several different departments, divisions in DPNR that it has to be reviewed. It is really administratively demanding. Once we get you to that point, then we get the contract, make sure that the contractor can start the home and all of the other challenges that's associated with it. So those are the things that we have to do in order to get the homes ready. And for this first batch of homes, we tried to do everybody who was ready and anybody who we knew that had a severe issue based on the eligibility or the criteria, and we pushed them up into the next batch. So we're kind of like sorry, go ahead.
I would imagine that those criteria nightmares, administrative nightmares, as you said, administrative, you have tried to streamline those as much as possible, knowing you have streamlined those as much as possible, and you're really down to bare bones at this point.
Yes, we're still working on, had a recent meeting with Commissioner Oreo on ways that we can not have to go through some of these, if we come some standard waivers that can be provided so that, these applications don't have to go from division to division.
Thank you. And if there's any legislation that will help to support that, please let us know. But we'll be happy to move those to kind of streamline this even further if there's legislation that may be required. In terms of the federal funding process, I guess at this point, would you say that we have been able to standardize and arrive at a good conclusion of what's required for us to be able to navigate the federal funding process?
Well, Senator, that's a good question. As we move forward, there's some very creative things that have been done for the Virgin Islands. And we want to always make sure that we present the approach to FEMA and whoever the federal funder is so that we can anticipate those kinds of issues. A quick example is the Veterans Drive.
1 minute.
We just had a quick meeting with all of the federal agencies, HUD, DOT, and FEMA, talking about layering resources and layering funds and how do we make sure that we're meeting their requirements. So it's an ongoing process.
Okay, and real quickly, as my time wanes, in terms of the Envision program, I know that the responsibility have been transferred to ODR. Is the funding also transferred to ODR?
No, the funding has not been transferred to ODR. We package payments and submit them to the HFA Finance Division for them to process the payments.
And do you believe this is the best way to operate this? Is this something that you believe will allow for the facilitation of this to move forward?
But that is the way right now. What we are trying to do is to ensure that if there's any areas where the contractor has been unduly inconvenienced, that we try to utilize and that will impact work, we'll try to utilize the line of credit to keep contractors whole while we navigate the financial issues, not creating a burden to the contractor and keeping the projects moving.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have one final question I'd like to ask, if you would allow it.
You may ask.
Thank you. In terms of the bundling, Madam Director, can you speak to what is the process once you complete the contract aspect of it, the contract execution of the bundling? Yes. What happens next? And if you could discuss that within the timeline framework.
So once the bundles, the contract for the bundle is approved, then we will issue a notice to proceed for the contractor. The contractor will then move into continuing the design work, because these are all design build. We will still have to do a number of negotiations on timelines and final designs. So I think you're asking in terms of construction. You still probably won't see any construction going on for another maybe 9 months, because a project still has to be designed. In some cases, there's demolition work on those projects, and if the demolition work will be able to begin right away so that we're able to get work moving on a site. For instance, like the Wang F. Louis Hospital, the site still has to be demolished, so you'll see demolition work going on a lot faster while there's still other terms and timelines that would need to be, project schedules that will be delineated with the contractors.
Thank you for your response, Director Atherlin. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Point of information, Senator James, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is quick to the Director. Or Ms. Actelin, my colleague, you responded to my colleague and said 235 million has been that the Envision Tomorrow program has. Do you know how much has been spent on administrative costs so far?
No, that is done by the grantee. We don't have access to that information.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, you know, your committee really should have practically every single senator because Ms. ODR really touches every single one of our committees when it comes to hospitals, schools. So hopefully you have a second round because I have some questions for on education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. I agree with you that it should really have every single senator. I agree. It's that critical committee, that critical information being exchanged here today. Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Director Williams, Octalyn, and your team. I would say rebuilding and recovering from hurricanes has not been an easy task. For you and your wonderful staff, I've had the opportunity to work with them, and I understand where their heart lies and their dedication. But the community is frustrated on these recovery efforts, and I totally understand. But what I want to ask today, because I've had the opportunity to work on some of these recovery projects, and I totally understand some of the challenges. So now that we know what FEMA requires to receive federal funding after a natural disaster, going forward, I don't know if your super PMO would be very instrumental in this, but I think government departments need to be prepared from now. As we are spending the federal funding, we're buying new cars, we're doing this, that there be an accountability of government assets, because after a natural disaster, we don't want to wait another 7 years to be waiting to get all the information because FEMA needs this, FEMA needs that. So, Director, can you tell me how you are actually working on a framework that this doesn't take 7 years to delay implementation?
And thank you for that question, Senator Capehart. You're absolutely correct. We have been learning the lessons to make sure that we don't repeat the same issues that we have. Even when storms come, the very first, or there's a threat of a storm, I should say, in our incident command, we make sure that we let departments know that they need to take pictures, they need to document what the current state. We have done training on how to provide disaster assessments. We're also building processes in place to teach and share with the departments what they need to have in their policies that can readily answer these FEMA questions. Even within us now, from projects that we've finished 900 projects, so we have learned a lot. Going forward on the more complex projects that we're dealing with, we know now what we need to do to prevent some of the problems that we've experienced in the past. But you're spot on.
So are you, just a follow-up question to that, are you working with property and procurement as a stakeholder who is responsible of, these purchases and everything? So just want to make sure that PMP is also working hand in hand with you. Can you tell me if you have a monthly report that shows indication of progress? Because I think you could probably, through the chairs, share that with the legislature so we could, have a monthly update as what's happening with these projects. And because a lot of these projects, like the Frederickstead Fort, I would like for you to give me an update on that because they receive federal funding. I know that has been a project that's been 7 years. Haven't seen any action on that. VIPD, Patrick Sweeney. I know there was some challenges with, I think, a soil boring testing. Can you give me the update? Even the Frederiksted Library. These are 3 projects that I know are FEMA projects that you can probably give us an update today, please.
Sure. So Patrick Sweeney has some, they're in the design phase, that there's still some challenges, like you said, there's soil borings, there are other documentation that has to be provided back to FEMA that they're working on to be able to provide. The Frederiksted Library, that's a Peterson Library, right? Yes. Peterson Library. I was having a moment. The Peterson Library, that is in construction. We had to work on securing some additional funding, locking up a PO.
2 minutes.
So that the work can
2 minutes.
continue. But that's a project that I am monitoring. The team is working on that. So that project is in construction. And the fort, we just had a meeting with Springline and Commissioner Oriole to finalize the design, some design decisions that were impacting continued scoping. That scoping, we're going to need more funding from FEMA, and we need to be able to demonstrate that, and we needed the work of the architect to do that. So that had to be done, and that's where we are right now, to be prepared to go back for some more money.
Through the chair, if you could even provide some timelines on that, because I don't want to use up the rest of my time. And if there's a monthly report that you can show indication of progress, that would be good. In your testimony on page 4, you mentioned you obligated 68.7 million, expending approximately 61 million to repair the territory's roads and bridges. Can you identify those bridges on St. Croix that receive federal funding and the timeline of its completion? St. Croix is in need of these bridges finalization. It is hampering us traversing on the island, and I think we need a timeline. If they receive federal funding, what's the timeline? When are they going to be finished?
So the bridges, of course, the Lagoon Bridge, the Midland Bridge, that's scheduled, the one has the closure of Queen Mary Highway. That's scheduled to be opened later this month. It should be next week, I believe it is, that they're opening that roadway. And then I'll have to get you the timeline on the bridge to the airport.
What about the bridge for agriculture?
So the bridge for agriculture, I don't believe was a part of the ER funds, and I will need to validate that. I think that was standard federal highway dollars that DPW would probably be better prepared to respond to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair Diane Capehart. I wanted to just follow up briefly that the Department of Transportation funding that the Department of Public Works has been utilizing. I think I'm seeing here where 61, is this accurate? $61 million of the $68.7 million has already been obligated? Was it obligated? Or not spent as yet?
Correct, sorry.
Obligated.
Some of it, yes. The 61 million has been expended.
Expended, okay.
Yes, spent.
Okay. So that's excellent. I want to congratulate Commissioner Gabriel and his team.
Yes.
They're finishing those projects that are already in construction are going to expend the rest of the remaining funds.
Okay, $7 million remaining. Okay, thank you for that. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes, sir.
Yes. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, and warm greetings to Director Adrian Williams Actilian. I'm getting confused myself, Mr. Chair, and all of your distinguished qualified staff. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessing. Director, you're still the GAR, right? The Governor's Authorized Representative also?
Yes, sir.
So you have authority to sign for these FEMA projects without requiring the Governor's signature, right?
Correct.
Okay, good. I want to follow up on what the President had mentioned and also the Chairman of the committee on the little frustration. So I wanted to ask here about on page 3 of 7. Well, actually, I'm looking at another testimony. It's not your testimony here, but it's your testimony before the Budget Committee on page 3 of 7. And I have to congratulate you because you were able to increase the FEMA's public assistance alternate procedures grant program from a 90 to a 95% share. What was it before?
It was 90-10.
90-10. Wow, that's incredible because 5% of the $8 billion is $400 million. So that means based on $8 billion of projects, the VI government is now required to match $400 million. Before we were required to match $800 million. Okay, so that's a $400 million basically decrease for the government of the Virgin Islands because that money is where you bring in the line of credit because you have the 50 million line of credit, or is a $100 million line of credit? Okay, so one quick question. So we were able to secure Vital paid off. What's the status of that now?
So yes, the approvals were given by HUD, and we're now in the process of receiving the funds so that they can make the payment.
Okay. So once we pay this $100 million to Vital, they done, or they still got conditions attached?
Conditions, you mean with the Vital agreement?
Yeah.
Well, they still have to do the closing and finalize any other details in the agreement.
Are we going to still be required to purchase fuel? Are they going to be transporting fuel on a barge and all of that, or we could go to the open market now?
I prefer not to. It's not my full lane in terms anything outside of the SILAs that we were dealing with. I prefer not to comment on the details of the agreement.
All right, okay. I think I know what that means. Hopefully we got rid of Vital. Okay, good. So I wanted to go here because you mentioned here after several years of lobbying, right, with this Section 428 of the Stafford Act, right? Actually, I have here in a letter from the USVI dated October 19th, a letter to the USVI from FEMA. It confirmed that it will formulate all large permanent work projects as PAAP. That's the Public Assistance Alternate Procedures process. So are we now under that for the large projects?
So all the projects that we've selected are under the 428, and in order for us to get that cost share, it would have to be under that PAAP process. So yes, not all of them, but some of them.
Okay, so I want you to state clear for the record, because you said after several years of lobbying, and you said in February 2024, you were able to accomplish it, and FEMA had sent us a letter October 2019. So it took basically between October 30th, 2019 to February 2024 to get this accomplished. That's what you're saying?
Absolutely, and it is unprecedented.
Okay, yeah. So now we have the real answer of why. And you know, congratulations, because the end result resulted in a $400 million match saving. So, you know, even though the community has been frustrated, I think the reason for the delay ended up saving us $400 million. Now, it's still been a lot of frustration, but I know you're working hard, and I want to big you up on that.
2
right?
minutes.
And now I also want to big you up on another area where you said you want to implement the specialized project management office, right? And that's 25 new staff that you're going to bring in, more or less, experts, competent staff.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
And that would be under you or the Public Housing Finance Authority?
No, there will be, well, we are under Public Finance Authority, but that will be a component of the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Okay, so you will manage them?
Yes.
Okay, good.
With the Executive Delivery Manager, yes.
Okay, so real quickly now, I also want to quickly, the medical school at the University of the Virgin Islands should be finished more or less in the fall of this year, right? Do they receive any of these funds? Is that part of the funding for the medical school?
So they have received some other funds, that we call them other funds, but they were recovery dollars that were received.
Okay, so we still expect the medical school at the University of the Virgin Islands to be finished, completed by the fall of this year?
That's what we're anticipating.
Awesome. Okay, I want to go to the payment process. Okay, contractor, Mr. Contractor, finish the work, you inspect the work, you accepted the work is good. He send you a payment request, partial pay request, you accept the pay request. What else does he have to do to get a check, and how long before he get a check?
So if the work was inspected
And completed and accepted.
we want to be able to pay between 30, 45 days the most.
Okay, good. So you haven't been meeting that. Tell me, what have you done differently to make sure the contractor gets a check within 30 to 45 days? Do they have to upload the document, like if you're a government employee and then they send it to your bank like a paycheck?
Time.
Or they going to give him a check? Are they required to give your bank information and they wire a check to the bank, or they giving him a check?
It depends on how they've been set up. If it's a government in GVI buy, sometimes it's a check. They get a hard check, and sometimes they have a electronic transfer.
So tell me, Mr. Chair, can I just be allowed to finish?
You may have time
Thank
to
you.
wrap up,
Yeah.
Senator.
Okay, so tell me, what steps have you implemented to ensure the contractor is paid within 30 to 45 days?
So what we've done is create a project team. So when the invoice comes in or the pay app comes in, everyone's looking at it at the same time. DPW is looking at it, my office is looking at it, so that when we get the final payment, that everybody has made comments on it, so it doesn't go from desk to desk to desk, so that we're able to get it out faster.
You see, that's the problem, Mr. Chair. Just let me finish this one statement. If the work has been accepted, inspected, and you accept the pay request, who else got to sign off and check and make note? The man don't do the work, you don't accept it. It's time to cut a check. Nobody else need to be commenting on that, Papa. Give the man the check. The work has been done and accepted. Nobody else need to comment. Pay the man. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. You wanted to comment?
Well, I mean, that is the intent. Once the work is accepted, sometimes the work has not been accepted because there's an issue with it. But that is what we want to do. We are endeavoring. It doesn't make any sense for us to have monies available to us and not spending. We want to pay them.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Director Ackerlin, so far according to your testimony on page 3 on the top, so far in 2024, more than $3.2 billion has been obligated, which is $596 million more than funds secured in the full year of 2023. And I wanted to ask you about that. What are we doing differently so far in 2024 to have achieved that milestone?
Well, we have been, again, there's some issues that we had to address across the board with FEMA, and that kind of, once we agreed on how it was handled on one project, then we were able to just move things forward. We would go to what we called dispute resolution, but if we've resolved it on the last project, then we don't need to go back to dispute resolution because we had a solution. We just apply it and help to streamline it. Making overarching decisions and policy direction helps to speed things up.
Excellent. So we're getting better as we go along.
Yes, but we're at the end though. I mean, in terms of FEMA PA, we're at the end. Once we get these last projects obligated, then we just need to projects will need to go back for their approval once they're designed for the environmental approvals. But we're at the end of the getting the money phase.
Excellent, excellent. I know, Director, that Whit O'Brien's role with respect to the territory's disaster recovery has evolved over the years. I know they've started out playing a much more involved role, but that involvement has shifted, has morphed, so to speak. Can you share with us that transformation, share with us what their role is today, and also the other major contractors who are our partners in this whole recovery process? Who are they?
Okay. And so the Whit O'Brien's has really been that consulting firm that has been helping us to put applications together, respond to questions, policy guidance, helping us with developing a lot of strategies for this recovery. They've helped to put together a lot of the approaches that have been presented to FEMA as to how we're structuring the recovery. We're down now. I mean, originally we thought the disaster was going to be $8 billion. You know, that has been significantly increased. They have helped us to put together approaches for the unified paving. That strategy was recommended to us, and we've spoken with FEMA in order to put that together. So now we're down to just a handful of projects left. Their programmatic guidance is still necessary because some of these projects have to go back through the process with FEMA again, so helping us to answer questions. But in terms of putting application and getting funds for the territory, a lot of that work has already been done. We have a number of other consultants that we have on board because we realize now we don't need general support. In a lot of cases, we need specialized support. We have ICF that has been brought on board. They do a lot of the disaster work as well, but they do a lot of HUD work. So we do have them on board. Ernst & Young really helps us on the side of spending the funds and making sure we spend them correctly. So they do a lot of our forensic type accounting reviews for us and payments. We still have, of course, our A&E firms, that Springline, Grant Engineering, Juridian, CMTS. Those are, we have a number of specialized consultants for the things that they help us with, just to make sure most of our work is project specific, so that we know what this is your specific role and this is the deliverables we expect from you at the end of the engagement.
You mentioned ICF doing disaster HUD consulting work. What distinguishes what they do from what a company like Whit O'Brien does? Is there some overlap as to what?
No, we make sure you don't have overlap. We've have clear swim lanes. There may be times, though, in the case of, let's say, with O'Brien and Ernst & Young, that I may have them working on something together. For instance, STEP. STEP was a case where we had both Witt O'Brien and Ernst & Young supporting because they were coming from two different capacities, where Witt O'Brien helped more with the application and the project and how the project was managed, and Ernst & Young really did a lot to understand and outline to FEMA costs and unit price assemblies, and how do we structure the payments, and by how the PW was written to be able to draw funds. So that was huge, and we were able to layer those services to be able to get to where we were and be able to not close out, but we're at the point now where we're closing out STEP, the PW 100, getting that closed out for the territory.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your response. Senator Kenneth Gittins. Yeah, I remember you, sir. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
What is this? I ain't even want to answer me. I done ready to give you some
Good
kudos.
afternoon, Senator.
Thank you. How are you? And I am sorry. Is the atmosphere not?
No, I was actually under the weather this weekend, and I made it here today.
After the tatua and the mango mele.
I didn't
wow.
even get to go.
Sorry about that. But I wanted to start off by thanking you and your team for the progress that is being made. They call it slow but sure, so we're making progress. There's a lot of work to be done. Again, listening to not only your testimony but the responses and whatnot, I continue to say this place don't have a money problem at all. All the funding that we're talking about and seeing rolling through this place, we just have to find people that are going to manage these funds and move these projects forward. So if it was 10, right, and we had 9 more like you, we'd have made some progress. And when I say 9 more like you, I mean you and your team. And we would see things moving. I'm sitting here and I'm like totally annoyed with the kind of money that we spend at times too on good projects, and then we don't see the outcome. We got 100 police cars sitting down here in Subbase on the hill. Over 1 year, ain't moved yet. We have a temporary morgue in St. Croix that we paid some $1 million for, sitting down on the container port in St. Croix about a year now, and no movement. We got people from 2017 without a house roof. We're starting to see a little movement now. They move the project under your agency. But yet still, it's still a slow process. There's a lot of moving parts. Now, my frustration right now is what we spoke about the last time. One of the applicants in her 80s or her 90s, you and I got to pray to God that we live to see them kind of age. We need to do everything possible. Move whatever mountain we need to move to make sure that we take care of our elderly in this community. I noticed you stated that there's some hardship with some that are just not ready to move. This 80 or 90-year-old woman that I'm talking about ain't able to move no place. How can we help her in getting to move? We're promoting Walter M. Hodge with all these new apartments and whatnot. What are we doing? Is the agency partnering with these other housing organizations, whether public or private, to see how we can assist and get people out of these homes that are creating a more health problem for them, getting them out so that we can start the build of their homes?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. So one of the things when we talk about streamlining strategies, we had to develop a policy to assist with relocation. That was not there before in terms of outline and how we would draw funds. So Mr. Miller has worked on developing that policy and procedure that we're implementing so we can help the elderly. And we also want to make sure that we know who is someone that we can interact with for those elderly people or maybe disabled people who need somebody else to intercede on their behalf to facilitate, relocation so we could get their homes fixed.
So you must have a drone over my desk, because that's what I was going to ask you next, whether or not you have a relocation plan.
Yes,
in
we
place,
have a policy
and especially to assist our elderly and those that are disabled.
Yes. That is, it's one of the things that we're running up against regularly, Senator. So that's why we're trying to create these solutions across the board so we can help people timely.
And we are prioritizing these two categories that I'm asking about, elderly and disabled?
We are disabled. We're also making sure that we provide resources, wraparound services, and partnerships for the elderly.
Okay. Walk with me here too, because I noticed the timekeeper ain't walking with me. She tell everybody when they had 2 minutes, she telling me I got 1.
Okay.
But okay. And tell me about the partnerships. Have you partnered with any of the other housing organizations to assist with relocating people? Is this part of your relocation plan as well?
So what we want to do is see if we can rent a building and be able to move people in and out. I've reached out to Housing Authority.
And slow down right there. I think I know what you mean, but I want you to be clear because I don't want everybody to be all. So when you say rent a building,
right,
you're talking about one of the buildings in one of the housing communities.
No, I'm not. I spoke to Ms. Pell of the Housing Authority about that. But of course, HUD has requirements for who goes in and out and the eligibility. So it doesn't work.
So tell me what you mean by rent a building.
So that the program can have a building so that we can move people in and out. So let's say that you need 4 months to stay, and then we move you in, and then somebody else can move in. So we actually have a...
But this is a building with multiple apartments you're talking about,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Right. So
but not the public, not Housing Authority property, though.
It don't have to be, that's why I tell you public or private.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm with you. Yes. Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
Because, like, Croyville and someplace and what's the other one name? Oh boy, help me. The one behind the ballpark. There's one in Princess, and there's one in the villas, and one down in Concordia.
Carib
Villas. All those are private, correct?
They're private. So that won't work well.
1 second. Let me get permission. Can I go look and sheep lucky in the same time? Carla, may I, Mr. Chair? I got some guava tart I could bribe you with.
Since you mentioned guava tart, Senator, you have a couple more minutes. Go ahead. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, so the partnerships. So you're working on that. You haven't solidified that.
No, we haven't, but we are working on it.
Okay, and you already told me that you are prioritizing our elderly and disabled. Now you spoke about the Mission 100. Mm-hmm. That's a goal to have 100 homes in 2024, correct?
Yes.
how realistic is this? How can we ensure that not only do we start construction, but that we complete and get our people back in their homes secured?
So right now, I have line of sight on 71 homes to be issued this month. So I think we are at a very good pace to meet that.
And you're going to use the 71 plus the 35 that's already completed?
No. That's them 35 that's completed. They're not in any numbers here.
So your 71 that you're talking about is between St. Croix and St. Thomas?
Yes.
Do you have that breakdown?
I can.
I mean, it don't make a difference.
It's
really.
more on St. Croix, though.
Yeah, I just want people in their homes safely.
Yes, absolutely. We do too.
So these contracts, you have an end date by these contractors?
So each contract has, when they bid and they tell us how long it's going to fix the home, it takes for them to fix the home, and we put that in the contract.
And are tenants able to use a portion of the funding that's awarded to them for this temporary move if they were to move on their own?
So we have the process that has been developed requires them to apply for any of the assistance, and it is outside of the amount that has been designated for the repairs of their home.
All right. Through the chair, can we get the can you submit to us a copy of the storage contract for the lumber both at Concordia and St. Croix, and I believe Bovoni here and St. Thomas?
The contract between the Housing Finance Authority and...
Okay, so you don't have...
That's the contract is not with us.
The contract is with...
Housing Finance.
Okay. All right. At the same time, too, I know they're not here, but I also need to thank them publicly, too, for finally, for many, many years, we've been banting back and forth trying to get this Camporico school bus shanty and St. Croix fixed. And everybody been saying they're my responsibility. But Miss Dr. Berry at Housing Finance Authority, I must say thank you 1,000 times on behalf of the residents and the children of Camporico that we're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and it is not an oncoming train. The shanty is just about finished. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. I think I'm going to get out of here because too much people coughing around me right about now.
Where the guava?
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, I don't normally buy cat and bag. You mentioned guava tarts. I haven't seen the guava tarts here as yet, and you already got the extra couple of minutes. So, all right.
Mr. Chair, one thing you ain't got to do is worry about me talking. Talk is cheap. And I always tell people, my word is worth more than $1 in my pocket. I got all the guava tart right there.
Okay, I feel a lot
from
better.
St. Croix.
I feel a lot better about that. So.
All right.
Colleagues, we've exhausted our round of questioning for Director Actolin and her team. I'm going to ask you before we wrap up, before I ask Director Williams Actolin to do her 1-minute wrap up, I'm going to ask if anybody has a quick burning question, maybe a minute or two.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, go ahead with your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to speak a little bit about that Buy a Lot program, because that program was under VI Housing and it was in the 2023 post-audit report. how many individuals were served under that previous program with HFA, and why the program didn't remain underneath them?
Senator, the program was never started under HFA. It was on the books. It was never started. Then the DR program was transferred over to Office of Disaster Recovery, and
So long to save my time. In simple terms, they did nothing. Let's leave that alone because that's the simple term I'm going to put with it. They did nothing with it and it was on the books. I want to ask, how much has been spent on administrative costs for the Envision program?
unfortunately, I don't have the breakdown. That's all with the grantee, HFA.
Okay.
So you will have to get that from them.
From HFA. Okay, and then we spoke about people being qualified. How many fully qualified homes do we have that have been submitted all requests, documentation, and are waiting for construction to take place?
400 and I think it's 11.
Have been fully qualified and passed everything?
So not everything. We still have to do the environmental, and we don't do that. So we don't. One of the quick issues that we had is that we kept going back to them over and over again to provide documents and to eliminate that. When we are ready to put them in the bid, that's when we're getting their final documents, because it was really being an inconvenience to people.
Well, in fairness, how long it have taken to address these homes and the problem, there have been more damage to them.
Right.
So it's going to continue going like this because these homes are in the element. So we're spinning wheels.
No, Senator, I mean, you're right, Once your name comes up, then we're going to review the damages, come out, finalize the inspection, get the environmental, put you in the bid.
Time.
When your bid comes back, then we give you the notice to proceed. So we're condensing that. Because yes, you're right. It was a problem and we're trying to fix it.
Thank you. And I want to make sure I get it straight, Mr. Chair. If may I go right ahead and just
quick
finish up
wrap
on a
up,
question
quick
that
wrap
I asked. You said that in order for me to find out how much money was spent in administrative costs, I need to go to VA Housing Authority?
Housing Finance Authority. They're the grantee.
Housing Finance Authority. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Anybody else? A quick. Okay. Senator Gittins?
Hello? Yes, a number of everybody here has a question. Everyone.
Okay, we'll alternate between St. Thomas and St. Croix. It looked like everybody over here, the two folks over here want a question also. So we'll do Senator Gittins, and then you, Senator James, and then we'll do you, Senator Joseph, and then back to you, Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Frederickson Pool, is this slated to be completed this calendar year as well, 2024? And if not, what about the phases that I've been asking about so that we can actually be able to utilize at least the park side of it until the pool can be completed?
So we anticipate first quarter of next year, worst case, just because they're checking on long lead items and the timeline it'll get here.
So this is not one that will be completed for 2024 calendar year?
That's not what, no.
You said first quarter next year, so that's 2025.
That's 2025.
Okay. So I'm asking now, what about, have we done any consideration about the phases that myself, Senator Johnson, and others on St. Croix have been asking about to be able to utilize at least the park side of this project?
So I had, when that was first broached, I spoke with Commissioner White, said there are no bathrooms there, and then now the site, I don't know if you've seen it, is all curtained off. It is it's a real construction site. So they're not, I don't think it'd be wise to have people on that full construction site.
And you and I had this conversation. Now, I understand if you're going to have things all over the place, it wouldn't be wise. But if we plan correctly, prior planning prevents poor performance. The 5 Ps I continue to say. We could have blocked off that pool with enough room for them to even leave equipment and put up trailers and do all kind of thing and still be able to utilize the may I conclude there?
You may conclude, Senator.
And utilize the park side of it. And if we didn't look at building restrooms like in a park area, then we're short-sighting ourselves again, because we're bragging about Kramer's Park being completed, but all we did was the gazebos. You still got to walk way yonder to go use the restroom. Again, we're not, it don't seem like we take a dynamics of our people into consideration when we're doing these things. Again, where our elderly folks are going to use the restroom when they're there under gazebo number 1 or number 2. You gotta go way yonder. The other day I was up there to a family reunion. I had to literally tell the one lady, I will drive you up to the bathroom.
Can I share this?
Sure.
The project, only the pavilions project is completed. There's still 2 more, another concession site that needs to be done as well on that site.
So on the
concession,
concession,
so ain't finished.
So on the concession there on the other opposite side from the bathroom as well up to the front as you drive in the gate. But still, down on the beach, you had a whole bathroom facility down there as you drive in right after your right side. Remember that long row building?
Yes.
I mean, I don't see that back in the plan, and it doesn't seem like they're putting it back. I mean, we're already far gone, but I'm just saying, when we're doing these projects, we need to really think outside the box and keep our seniors and elderly folks in mind.
Yes.
You're telling me money?
And yes.
But the thing is that some of these things should have been a replace.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See how they cut me off? Thanks.
No. Thank you, sir. Senator James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first I'm going to say that I'm going to follow up on my comment to you earlier about why Ms. Williams Octolin will probably have to visit every committee, because I won't have the opportunity to discuss the schools today in this ODR hearing. So it's likely that I will have to invite her to an education committee. So I'm just putting her on notice. But I do want to ask this as a follow-up. My colleague, the Senate President, said to me, you know, that's only 35 is only 6%. And I was like, what? 6%? And then I thought, of the 235 million, as the person now who's in charge of the Envision Tomorrow program, how do you know then how much money you have to spend if you're not aware of the administrative cost? Because you would now have to know, I only have 100 million to use. So this is my indirect way of asking you, how much money do you have to spend on the remaining 411 homes that are now eligible? Thank you.
Archer Watlinson Francis. So currently available for the Envision program in totality is $201,338,009. We do not have the information of what is specifically project cost versus admin.
So, and just to add to that, Senator, you're correct. But what we have is our project subrecipient agreement that tells us for the role that we have, how much money we have to spend. And that's what we're utilizing to make the plans on how we will execute on the remaining amount of homes that we have.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It also begs the question then whether or not you will have sufficient monies to address all the repairs and the reconstruction that you need to do. That's also again a concern. At the end of the day, somebody is going to be left out, it seems to me, but I'm hoping not. So thank you again for taking this program under your wings. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 2-minute wrap-up.
Thank you. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Director Williams Octaline, I had a question, and it comes from page 9, and it may have been answered before. Page 9 at the bottom, where you have, and this is under the line of credit, where you have 11.6 million is waiting to be repaid to the line of credit. I just wanted to get a sense of how quickly does the grantor, which would be whether it's FEMA or what have you, how quickly are you able to draw down on the funds so that you can pay on the line of credit?
So we've tiered some of these requests, whether it's within 60-day, 90 or 120-day when we assess risk in utilizing the line. Typically, we will be able to get it in within the 60-day range. Sometimes there are issues with departments in moving things along that could run into about 120 days. But by 120 days, mostly we should be able to get the funds replenished.
Okay, and that was my only question, because we had a conversation here with the Bureau of Correction, and when they're trying to get their reimbursement from finance, it takes them about 60 days. So you're saying that the federal agencies, for you to get your reimbursement to replenish this line of credit, it takes about 60 days also, or even 120 days.
Time.
Yes, and sometimes it's because of documentation. It's different reasons, not just the reimbursement. Is whatever it is that's necessary to happen that may require a little extra muscle, and that doesn't happen organically. I mean, my team chases down all the reimbursements and wherever it is in order to keep those timelines. That is part of their job, to make sure it's not sitting anywhere.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. Thank you so much, Ms. Williams-Octalan.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 2-minute wrap-up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, Director Octalan, in regards to the neighborhood revitalization program, which I think is real beneficial, where it speaks about the building facade and the streetscape enhancement program. Can you speak to the timeline and the rollout of that program?
So right now what we're doing, Senator, is reviewing all the applications that we have. We expect that there's an environmental that has to be done on each one of those applications. And once that happens, and we're able to clear it, we can move right away in giving them a project agreement to get started. So I would say we're 90 days, unless there's some kind of involved environmental with some of these applications, as long as the applicant brings all the documentation in.
So, Director, in regards to this environmental requirement, is there an opportunity for us to be able to advance some of that? It seems like that's continued to be a sticking point as we endeavor to move a lot of these programs forward. Is there something that could be done in advance to address that analysis or assessment, so that we could have that readily available?
Well, we've been working closely with the housing finance.
I'm just asking because, I'm sorry. I was just asking because obviously we keep hearing about this environmental design requirement or analysis to be done.
Yes, it is a programmatic responsibility that we can't avoid. But like you said, what we're trying to do is we're working with the Housing Finance Authority to give them basically the listing and the projects that we expect environmentals on in advance. So they have engaged a consultant to help them with that, and we believe that that will expedite this requirement.
Thank you, and thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 2-minute wrap-up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Director Williams Actolin, in respect to your project updates, you mentioned when it comes to facilities, sports facilities, you mentioned Joseph Abane, Corinne Terrace, and Alvin McBean Sports Complex. But in particular, I want to ask you about a couple other complexes, basketball court in particular, because summertime, them guys, as you know, out there 24/7, and they really don't have any place like that because of the work that's going on. Can you give me a status update on or timeline on the Alvin McBean, Edward Fredericks, that's in Freedom Hoy, and the Nada basketball court, and the one in Savannah, them four in particular.
So McBean is open.
Griffith, I'm sorry. I said
Griffith, okay.
Griffith.
So Griffith Ballpark, we had some rework that needed to be done with the bleachers, and we're waiting on the lights. That last piece is lights, and lights is because of supply chain. We're expecting it later on this year. Well, we're basically just waiting on getting those lights installed.
Okay.
Nada basketball court is in solicitation, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That is up next for work to be done on it.
Freedom Hoy?
I'm not.
Edward Fredericks? It's not on the list?
No, Ezra Frederick, I don't have that one to memory.
What about Savannah?
Savannah was done with Housing Finance Authority.
Okay, I'll get back to them when they come in front of me. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thanks for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Is Lionel Roberts Stadium a part of any sort of disaster recovery initiative?
Yes, Lionel Roberts is a part. We have a PW for Lionel Roberts. The issue that we're facing with Lionel Roberts is that it was done as a repair, and just repairing damaged items. And when we're finding that we're not sure that the integrity of the stadium is still there, so there's additional work that is required that there's no funding for. So we're finishing the work that was authorized by FEMA, but that's not going to give us back a stadium that is what we would want.
I mean, just for the untrained eye, I mean, I don't know anything about construction, but I think we can all see that Lionel Roberts Stadium is in need of a total rebuild.
Yes.
For sure.
And I was not approved by FEMA, so hence the struggles.
Gotcha. Okay. My Vice Chair, Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 2-minute wrap-up, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask on page 15, where the director mentioned some of the challenges that they face, like obtaining proof of ownership, legal issues. Are you doing mass education and outreach to let the community know if you are applying for one of these grants or assistance, these are the necessary documents that would be needed, would probably help to minimize some of the delays the applicants are experiencing? Is anything happening where you're going out into the community to educate individuals, this is the need once you're applying?
Senator, yes, we are working to do this on a smaller scale, but I think we'll take your recommendation to do it on a larger scale.
Yes, I think it would minimize a lot where individuals, come to the office, they think they have all the documents, checklists. These are all the requirements for this program. You would need A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, and they would somewhat have an idea that this is what I'm bringing. It may minimize this, delay and streamline the process. I just wanted to find out if you were doing this, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Committee members, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, welcome. You are recognized for your 2-minute wrap-up.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I just wanted to hit quickly on a couple of things. The Own a Lot program. If somebody were to go buy a piece of land tomorrow, would they be able to participate? Is there a deadline, time frame? How long do you have to own property? How does that work?
No, there's no deadline on how long you own the property. You just need to be able to own the property.
Own it. Because several people did ask, because some people were in the process of purchasing land right now, and they did ask that. I also want to know, I know one of the programs we had touched on with homeowners participating in helping to build out some of their properties. Have people signed up to participate in that?
There's been a lot of interest since we've launched the Own a Lot, Build a Home. There's a lot of interest across the board. And what we want to be able to do is just share with people what the next steps are.
Okay.
Yes.
As it relates to repair and construction of homes that were done and damaged through the hurricanes, the program you guys said you were going to do a pilot program of about 30 people to start off. How is that one working out?
That it's not. We're kind of like put it on the back burner a little bit, trying to get these 100 homes out.
Get these out first before you focus on that. Not a problem. I know it's several hundred homes to be repaired, and I know up until 2025 in your testimony, you said about another 200. What is your anticipated date for all to be completed? What's that date?
So 2026.
About roughly 2026?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to get in as much in 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
One of the other questions I wanted to ask quickly, of the programs that you are starting, and I also wanted to say kudos to you guys for getting that matching numbers down. I was very happy when that was announced, because with some of the programs going from the 10% matching dropping down to 5% and 2%, I don't even think the community knows the significant amount of millions of dollars that we as a territory do not have to come up with. And that could also help ease that line of credit as well. So I'm very happy that you guys did an excellent job on that. So I'll give you credit for that.
Thank you.
When it comes to some of the programs that you guys have, what is your biggest challenge, or some of your biggest challenges you find to make sure get some of these programs rolled out? Or even if they're rolled out, what is potentially your biggest blockage in getting them to follow through?
Time?
Yeah, you want me to answer that on that?
I got it in my 2 minutes. You can answer on the chair's time.
Okay, will do. I mean, manpower, expertise, environmental, contractors, just resources. It is a lot that we're trying to get all done at the same time. I'll give you an example. The contractors we're trying to roll out for Envision will be the contracts that they're going to be using for Own a Lot, Build a Home. It's just the same pool that we're pulling from, that we're trying to get everything done at the same time. And that is just a huge challenge. Because yes, maybe we could have done a few of these or one program at a time, but just everything needed to be done and expended within the same time frame creates a real challenge for capacity.
Okay.
But we're looking for ways, again, to streamline and expedite. and making sure that we're building up the capacity across the government, across the Virgin Islands, to be able to manage these funds.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Chair giving me a little extra time, and we'll continue to listen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Point of information, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Too quickly, I wanted to ask first whether the St. Croix University Multipurpose Center, that falls under your capital projects, right?
Yeah, so that project was supposed to
yes? Yes or no?
I don't know how to answer now. Because it's funded with MIT dollars, with HFA, that's HFA's managing.
Okay, can you tell us the
That's
progress
the
on
plan.
that?
That's still in the application development phase.
Still in the application development. Okay, so we'll talk more after. But my point of information, earlier I asked through the chair, but she was clear that the lumberyards are not under their
contract,
their authority. However, what I should have asked is that the contractors are utilizing lumber from out of those yards, correct?
Yes.
So what's the arrangement between you guys and whoever owns these the lumbers? Who owns the lumbers in both districts?
So the lumber was authorized by FEMA to be used by CDBG to fix the home. So HFA has the ownership of the lumber. What we have done to ensure that contractors get lumber, these active contracts that we have right now, is that we have gotten a forklift, rented a forklift, and drivers, and along with my staff, to be able to disseminate material with the warehouse manager from the Housing Finance Authority in the interim. What will happen is that we will issue a solicitation for a new management firm to manage the lumber.
So is there an established agreement between your office and whoever owns or runs both lumber sites?
Yeah, we have our subrecipient agreement outlines the relationship between us and HFA.
All right. So through the chair, can we get a copy of that agreement, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully we're clear on what we're asking for. Thank you.
We clear, Director Ackerland?
Yeah, a subrecipient agreement, sure.
Right. Thank you very much.
Can I give whenever I have your response on Ezra Frederick?
Okay. Point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, let me ask you, since my colleague brought up actually the question and he spoke to the challenges with the same youth and the same contractors for all of different programs. I know I spoke to this before in respect to seeing how we can really utilize our talent, our skill set when it comes to individuals who have licenses, roofers who do roof all day and night. That's all they do. They could tear a roof from the ground and take exactly every measurement. Plumbers, electricians, masons, carpenters, tilers. How can we get those individuals involved in assisting us in really completing these homes and assure that these individuals move back into their homes, especially those homes that aren't too damaged, the minor ones? Can we get a program and find a way to get these people involved to help speed the process forward? I mean, it makes so much sense to me. So please see how we can look into getting that done, because it helps, you know?
Sure.
It really helps. And they are more than willing and able to do such.
We can absolutely explore that.
Thank you so much.
And then also just, Ezra Fredericks is in the scope and design phase for that part.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Director Actolin Williams, Actolin. I can just say Actolin. Director Actolin. I wanted to get some clarification about CAHS. And I went to your website, and I'm seeing where CAHS reconstruction project cost 211 million, completion 1227. And I see CAHS demolition and replacement 729 as a completion date, $425 million obligated. I was just trying to understand the distinction between both
Sure.
of those.
So the demolition was actually for the selected buildings that was done early on, those buildings that were deemed not safe, and that was started in anticipation of the larger project that just got obligated a couple months ago. So that's why you see the differentiation, but it's really just one project.
Thank you for that.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. The VI Slice program, that's under you guys.
No, it's under EDA.
Okay. Because I wanted to find out, because I knew they were having some interesting struggles with getting all the money spent. And because I'm thinking we might be able to shift our monies over to the Own a Lot program. Because if part of the issues, if we were having with finding actual homes to purchase versus building ones, if people already have land, I'm trying to figure out how to get this money spent. But thank you so much.
Well, they are looking at some of the ways that they can expand.
To possibly include
so that we
land.
can.
Okay.
But that's already an eligible usage for VI Slice.
Okay.
So they are looking at ways that they can be a lot more inclusive so that we can help more people.
Yeah, because I was listening to some of the challenges people were having, and they were saying that particular program is very long-winded just to go through the process. And it almost seems like it was defeating the purpose of people actually owning a home. So I'm trying to figure out other ways to use it to get it executed, or maybe we might have to figure out how to cut down or consolidate some of the process to get it to be a much more effective program.
Well, I believe I've seen a report, and I'm seeing the numbers for VI Slices on the uptick. So I think people are they're figuring out ways that VI Slice can be utilized to be able to get to the intended desire.
Yeah, I just don't want it to be too much of a struggle, and that's what it's starting to feel like.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Williams Actolin, the UVI Multipurpose Center. What was your response again?
That is to be funded. The plan was to fund that with mitigation dollars. They're working on the application. UVI is working on the application to MIT. That's, of course, with HFA to move that forward.
And that's the same property that will be used as a shelter?
There's a safe room aspect of it that or it should be a hardened facility through some hazard mitigation dollars. They should be working, the application should be working together to that end.
Okay. Thank you so much. Before another senator says point of information, I'm going to wrap up this session and give you an opportunity, Director, to give us your 1-minute closeout.
So I just want to say thank you again for the opportunity to present the update on all that we have been working on with the recovery. It is a daunting task, and I must share that Envision, I have a list in my office that's in all of the offices that have the priority projects, and Envision is the #1 project that we're working on. But we're also working on making sure that all of these other funding our schools and our hospitals, that we're rolling those out. And it is a lot, but we have the plan and we have the path forward, and we're pushing every single day to move this recovery forward. I would be derelict in my duty if I did not take a moment to share my appreciation for the staff. I push very hard, and they push as well. And I call them the Autobots. They have all kinds of names, but they work very hard to push the recovery forward. And I just want to express my appreciation for them and for all my partners, DPW, DPP, DPNR, the people that we roll up all day, because it really takes a team to do this. This is not easy work. It is hard, backbreaking work mentally sometimes, and the frustrations are there, but our heart is in the right place. Thank this body again, and thank you for always your leadership in this disaster recovery realm and the continued partnership.
Thank you very much, Director Williams-Actolin. We can always count on you to provide us with, I think, candid information, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I know that even when you're under the weather, and we kept you here a little longer than I anticipated you would be here, so I wish you well until we meet again, probably in a month or so, to get an additional update.
No, you're doing good.
Thank you, Director. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning meeting for July 15th stands in recess for 20 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning is back on the record. We have the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Commissioner J.P. Oriel and his team. I'm going to ask you, Madam Clerk, to please read the agenda for Block 2 into the record.
Good afternoon. Yes, Mr. Chair, the agenda for Block 2 says the committee will receive testimony with respect to the status of the development of the territory's comprehensive land and water use plan. Invited testifier, the Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. This concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you very much. We will, Commissioner Oriel, welcome to you and your team. I'm going to ask you to introduce or have everybody introduce themselves so we'll know who we're talking to. They're all familiar, very familiar faces with us.
Leo, we start with you and just go down the line.
Good afternoon, Senator Leah Laplace Matthew with DPNR's Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning.
Good afternoon, Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Senator Jean-Pierre Oriel, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon, Senator Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, DPNR.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Hillary Lohman. I'm the Coastal Resilience Coordinator with the Division of Coastal Zone Management.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Anybody on Zoom or electronic?
Yes, we should have our consultants from the Horsley Witten Group participating with us. Should be Nate Kelly and Jeff Davis.
Okay.
On the Zoom link.
Awesome. Can we do a check, a Zoom check? I don't know if they're there. Are they there already? Yes. Yes, I'm seeing, at least on my monitor, I'm seeing one face.
Yes, good afternoon, Senators. I'm Jeff Davis with the Horsley Witten Group.
Good afternoon. All right. Okay, Commissioner, we're going to let you proceed with your testimony.
All right. Good day, Senator Potter, Chair of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, other committee members, non-committee members, and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and the listening public. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriel, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We are present today at the Chair's request to present an update on DPNR's efforts to formulate a comprehensive land and water use plan. Virgin Islands Code Title III, Section 402A, established the Division of Planning within DPNR in 1987. One of the duties of the Planning Office is specified under Title III, Virgin Islands Code Section 402C, is to prepare and have in continuous process and revision the long-range comprehensive plan of the Virgin Islands, or more commonly known as the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. The legislation states that the plan shall identify and stress island-wide goals, objectives, and opportunities, and then lists a number of factors to be considered in the establishment of the plan. Over the years, I've heard a number of things attached to the comp plan, but I would like to review what our comp plan is. It is a shared vision for the USVI's future that helps us make decisions about what new development looks like and where it happens, how we balance competing uses for our land and waters, how to protect environmentally sensitive areas, waters, coastlines, and historic sites, prioritizing future investments in community services and infrastructure, and it seeks to ensure that the land use decision-making process is fair, equitable, and consistent. The comp plan is not, I repeat, the comp plan is not a regulatory tool, but rather a framework for how we make decisions. DPNR started the process for completing the comprehensive plan in October of 2022 with a series of intergovernmental meetings to ensure we received buy-in for the effort and would be provided respective agency plans such as transportation, ag plans, housing, just to name a few. We then began a series of public engagement town halls in February of 2023, followed by town halls in July and November of 2023, and most recently in June of 2024. Over 1,500 residents participated in the town halls over the last 15 months. In addition to the town halls, DPNR is engaged with 92 volunteers across the territory that have assisted with the process, ensuring local input along the way. We have maintained an online presence at www.planusvi.com, where we have kept all our documents and our direct sign-up list of over 1,000 residents as we continue to update our materials. We began the engagement process by asking our stakeholders to summarize where they think we are now and tell us what is important to them, what must be preserved. In our second round of town halls, we asked our residents to provide us what issues need to be addressed. Some of the more common things we heard were no more spot zoning, eliminate the two-tier permitting system, more local control over land use decisions, protect beaches, guts, and access to the shoreline, groundwater and drinking water, and make it easier for people to walk. And enforcement must be a priority. In the third round of town halls, we took the information from the first two rounds and developed guiding principles and policy directions and some preliminary goals. We brought these to the community along with a visual example in each district of what locations could look like, incorporating some of the policy recommendations. The feedback was key in informing the department if we were capturing the vision of the community or if we needed to reset. Thankfully, we received positive feedback and continued to move forward. DPNR is now at the point where we have developed 4 guiding themes for the comprehensive plan: making better land and water use decisions, protecting our natural resources, preparing a more sustainable future, and living and thriving together. And goals, policies, and strategies under each theme. These are the core components of the draft plan. At our last round of town hall meetings, we engaged the public on 2 issues. First, to provide feedback on island-specific strategies, and second, to provide feedback on the policies and strategies for at least 2 thematic areas, or as many as could be collected as time permitted. The in-person exercise was also intended to be training for the community to then provide additional feedback on the thematic areas not commented on during the in-person meeting through our website. The exercise will be available through July 2026, and again, you can find it at planusvi.com. As we review the information gathered at the town hall meetings and over the website, our next step will be to release the draft comprehensive land and water use plan in its entirety for the public. Through our engagement with the 35th legislature, we anticipate that there will be public engagement on the draft plan, likely through the Committee of the Whole, and with the support of all, finally have an approved comprehensive land and water use plan at the end of the calendar year. Please note that the adoption of this plan does not represent an end for the department, but rather a beginning, as there will be several actions by the department, primarily amendments, necessary to support the plan. I would like to conclude by thanking my staff who have been diligently working on this project from the draft of the request to proposals to where we are presently. Mr. Marlon Hibbert, Ms. Leah Laplace Matthew, Ms. Hillary Lohman, and most recently Ms. Josette Walker have truly been a driving force within the department pushing this initiative forward. I would like to thank the Horsley Witten Group and their local team for all the work done thus far in the plan. I would like to thank Ms. Nicole Tyson of NT Media for leading the promotion of our town halls. And lastly, I would like to thank the people of the Virgin Islands for providing their voice to this process. All along the way, we stated that we wanted this to be our comprehensive plan, and we are appreciative of the support and input all along the way. This has truly been an amazing, inclusive experience, and I am grateful for all of the comments and dialogue that I have engaged with our community. Thank you for the opportunity to present this update, and my team and I are here to answer your questions to the best of our ability.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Oriel. I definitely have to give kudos to you and your team for getting the word out regarding this comprehensive land and water use plan. I don't think anybody in the territory can say that they weren't aware that DPNR was embarking on such a major initiative. It was on the TV, it was on the radio, everywhere. You had signs. You covered all your bases when it comes to getting the word out. So I want to say kudos to you for that. Colleagues, we're going to move forward with a six-minute round. We're going to start with you, Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Did I hear you say 6-minute round? Is that what you said?
I said 1 6-minute round. 1 6-minute round.
Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to my colleagues, viewing and listening audience. Director Oriel, Commissioner Oriel, you said that on page 1, line 33, the comp plan is not a regulatory tool, but rather a framework for how we make decisions. My question is, if it's not a regulatory tool, why do we want it to be placed into law?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So, again, the framework itself is what we're placing into law. So you're adopting something that's supposed to guide the vision for the development of the islands. Now, it can't be by itself. We'll then have to, as I mentioned in the following lines, that we're going to have to make amendments to our regulatory documents, our regulatory tools, in order for us to be able to facilitate that vision.
What kind of amendment do you see for it, or that you would think needs to be adjusted? If there just one or two?
Sure. So the very first one that we'll be working on actually is going to be on our zoning code and the amendments that we see will be necessary for that. I can let Ms. Laplace speak a little bit more towards that.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
If I may?
Yes, please.
Okay, so some of the zoning text amendments that we'll be pursuing, there'll be phases to pursue those amendments. So the first phase we're focusing right now actually will be definitions. We know that our definitions are outdated. Our table of permitted uses, we've seen a lot of rezonings because of the table. It's hindering a lot of development. We're going to also look at amending at its administration and enforcement, which would also line up with penalty for violations and amending our fees. Thank you.
That sounds good, because penalties and violations it's not adding up. And when you have, and I think me and you had some discussion on that, Mr. Oriel, about these agents see that these big millionaires that building a project, they're going to take your $100 fine easy and laugh. I keep saying that we need to adjust these penalties based on the cost of the project. Are you in tune with something like that, Commish?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, sounds good. And then in your testimony, you mentioned that stakeholders wanted more local control over land and use decision. Can you explain a little more about that and what are they asking for?
Sure. So over not just the last 2 years, but over the years, when we see large-scale development that's taking place in the territory, we have two different processes. One in Tier 1, which is the coastal zone, and one in Tier 2. When you are doing a development in Tier 2, when your project meets the table of permitted uses, is permitted as a matter of right, and you meet your structural requirements, the department has the department has to approve your project. When you have a project that's taking place in the coastal zone, however, we do have a requirement for public participation and engagement for that. And there still is a component of whether or not that use is coastally dependent, and a determination of yes or no could be rendered. So you can still meet what your use is by a matter of right, but you could still be told that no, the project isn't suited for this particular plot or this land. And so the public is involved in that process. And along the way, what we've heard is that the public would like to be involved more in the decision-making process on some of these calls.
I'm glad you said that, especially when you're talking about coastal zoning area, because we have a lot of situation where, and I see it happening over on the Frederick said part of these new development going up to the pool, that they're really overstretching and there's no easement for folks to get to the beach. So I hope those are going to be some of the things that we're going to be looking at, especially when we are approving some of these permits in that coastal zone area. Looking at your 5 goals of the draft plan, what do you think it's going to actually cost us? You have a figure, ballpark figure, to implement for your implementation?
No, Senator, because again, what we're it doesn't cost us anything to lay out the framework, and a lot of this is based off of the fact that. I'm sorry?
Your implementation, what is going to cost to put it in play?
It will depend on the actual department. It'll depend on the use, but overall, it's going to be there's no specific dollar figure to move this vision forward. It'll be whatever the cost of the development is to move it forward.
And then I think, did my time come, Mr. Chair?
You have 30 seconds, Senator.
Well, okay, I could do a lot in 30 seconds.
You could give back the time if you don't plan to use it.
I want to ask you this, Commissioner. What specific strategy are included in the comp plan to protect environmental sensitive areas, water, coastal zone, coastal line, and historic site?
So the first thing is identifying them, which we talked about with the first.
Time.
If I may conclude, Mr. Chair.
You may.
The first town hall meeting was about identifying these areas that are particularly important and what those reasons are for. We have a number of laws on the environmental side that already go towards the protection of environmentally sensitive areas. But now what we wanted to do is make sure that we're identifying those locations. In the identification of those, you identify why they are important, whether it's for, primary productivity, maybe they're a culturally sensitive or historically significant site. And we make sure that now these areas are identified and that our laws would then be amended to make sure that we protect them no matter what. If we have to increase our protection strategies, or maybe we find that what's existing is sufficient, but identifying where they are and why they are important was one of the first steps in order to know where and what we want to protect.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Commissioner, you mentioned at the very beginning of your testimony, you mentioned that some of the things that you hope to address that residents wanted to see prioritized in this plan, one of them was no more spot zoning. I wanted to get a sense for, with the new plan, will there still be an appeal process if a resident wanted to do a zoning in an area that's not allowable based on the new plan?
Yes.
Is it the same thing all over again? They come to the Senate, they come to meet, blah, blah, blah.
So there currently is an appeal process that exists.
Right.
Any decision that is made by the department, whether by the commissioner or one of the committees that make land use decisions, is appealable to the Board of Land Use Appeals. And so that process will not go away. I think with respect to spot zoning, it's going to be, it's meant to be more flexible as well as to not allow for things that should not take place. When I say more flexible, we come down here, I want to say, almost every other month right
Ms.
now.
LaPlace is out. Ms. LaPlace is a regular here.
Yes. So, and again, a lot of this is to promote, a lot of times it's to promote small home-based businesses or things like
Yes.
that are consistent, but yet because of the rigidity of the table of permitted uses, you would need a variance in order to undertake that. If there is a way for us to craft the language and change the table of permitted uses to not be so rigid, then there is flexibility that's built in so that you're not spot zoning, but rather you're allowing certain additional activities to take place because they can meet, whether it's a lot size requirement or they can meet a location that is pretty open or business area oriented. Those types of things would now go into the decision as to how we would alter the table of permitted uses a little bit, and we would get rid of a lot of the spot zoning requests, variance requests, those types of things.
I got you. As far as the public input, can you walk me through how community feedback and input was eventually incorporated into the plan?
Sure. And I can ask Jeff as well to help me out. But what we did during all of the town hall meetings was be very engaging with the participants. We wanted to spend 20 minutes doing an overview of what it is our objectives were, but then wanted the participants to really participate in terms of marking things down on maps or looking at our policies and strategies and giving us feedback as to whether or not they agreed or disagreed, and if they disagreed, why. So all of that information now is taken not only at the town hall meetings, but also is provided, like people take home the sheets and those types of things to be able to go back, and they could still submit their opinions to us online. And then the core group with the volunteers would then review all of that information in order to then prepare how we are moving forward. I'll pause there and I'll ask Jeff online if he can either correct me if I'm wrong or add to what I was saying.
No corrections here, but I will just add that the public's input was what drove the creation of the plan. I think the very first town hall meetings that we organized, a lot of people came to those either with the expectation that where is the plan? We want to comment on it now, and we had to say no. There is no plan yet. We need to hear from you first, because it was really that first conversation about what you want to protect and what you want to change that built the categories that we knew were going to have to be the pillars of the plan. And so those four sections, the making better land and water use decisions, protecting our natural resources, sustainability, and so forth, those were built directly around what we heard from the public, as opposed to us starting with assumptions and then changing those assumptions based on what we heard from the public. So it really was, we tried to start by listening, and the whole plan was built on what we heard.
Mm-hmm. I really like the idea that you had an opportunity to reflect. So it wasn't as though you made a decision right then and there at the meeting. If when I went home, I thought about it, I reflected, I could come back and make some changes and adjustments too.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Senator Francis? We had a new lineup for, my staff did a new lineup for after lunch. So you got to take it up with my staff. We're We're going to do Senator Francis and then you, Senator Blyden. No, don't go. Senator Francis.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. And of course, good afternoon to our testifiers. And I want to really commend the commission and all involved in the stakeholders meeting and definitely getting us to this point. As has been indicated in the testimony, this has been long in coming, and I'm happy to see that we have gotten to this point. I believe that the timeline by the end of the year seems to be a little bit ambitious, but I do believe that it's achievable. Would you agree, Commissioner?
I am hopeful, Senator. I am hopeful.
Very well. I'll do my part in terms of ensuring that we do the committee of the whole and try to get these stakeholders to work through this. But I certainly had an opportunity to sit in on a number of the meetings, and I must say that there were really some public engagement and communities involvement, and that was great to see, which means that they really had an interest in this particular issue. I know for me, I'm happy to know that we're instrumental in designating the South Shore of St. Croix in terms of the enterprise zone, and in fact, that would be able to allow for some industrial to be out in that area. I heard you say that you weren't too sure in terms of the funding costs for full implementation of this program, but I think it'll be good for us to be able to get a sense as we're contemplating the budget and really talking about how do we continue to fund this government. If you had a ballpark figure or anything that had been tossed around by the team in terms of what that cost perhaps would look like. It don't have to be exact, but at least a ballpark.
Yeah, right now, Senator, I think because we're dealing with the framework side, I think that, and I'll ask Horsley Witten to help me out here, but the way I also envision it is that once the framework itself is passed, then we can do a number of scenarios. And it's through those scenarios and how we would be building out and those types of things where we would be associating cost with that. A lot of the input that's in there is also in conjunction with some of the other departments because it would be them building out. So, for example, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority is going to be redoing the housing units in these certain areas or building new housing units in areas that they have owned but did not have the monies for, and then now we see some of our CDBG monies that would allow for the building of new housing units. We can see that there's recreation areas or additional recreation spaces. But what it will boil down to, particularly for this department, is that if we are now implementing several conservation and preservation strategies, then there will be a cost associated with the land that we will need to purchase to preserve those areas for those purposes.
Okay, you're staying away from the number, but I can understand that. In respect to manpower and staff and technology, will we require a city planner? Have there been any contemplation of those type of areas that you believe that will be instrumental in order for us to be able to have effective implementation of the plan?
Yes, Senator. I mean, we know that each of the divisions within my department just this past year actually went through an exercise for staffing and trying to project out over the next 3 years what is our
2 minutes?
What is our staffing level necessity-wise, and based on budget, how do we get there? Because again, our department, for whatever the vision that's secured is, now the regulatory portion will have to be there to defend that, and it'll be each one of the divisions within the department to do so.
And obviously, in having the draft in process, how our current requests for permitting considered? Are you actually utilizing some of the draft to make decision moving forward?
Right now, I mean, because it's a framework piece and then not very specific in any one area, what we're doing is we're utilizing all of our existing laws where we making decisions. There are some things where, let's say, that have not been passed in prior years, but the department can and use those when we place conditions on our permits to ensure the minimal amount of impact to the surrounding area is necessary.
Okay, and in respect to the permitting process and really helping to move our development faster and expedited, do you see the comp plan really addressing some of those issues, perhaps some of the areas where we saw that there was some protracted time that was required for us to be able to do the required analysis? Do you see an opportunity for us to be able to complete some of that in advance and be able to assess that to perhaps developers and kind of streamline the timeline by which we're seeing development just remaining for an extended period of time?
Absolutely, Senator. I'm going to let Director Hibbert speak on that a little bit more, too.
Thank you for that, Senator. One of the things I was kind of pinching the commissioner about is a key component of the plan that we're looking at now is actually data gathering. And we are actually in the process now of looking for some federal funding to improve our data gathering and data collection. But what it would mean is that at our fingertips as agencies across the government would be layers of spatial analytical data that would help to improve the expediency of those actions on our part, making decisions on our part, because now we would have, so for example, we would know where connections for Water and Power Authority are, but they would be relayed to where guts are, they would be relayed to where power lines are underground, they would be relayed to where we have water quality issues with impaired water bodies. So all these layers, what we're looking at is making a comprehensive both data collection, data analysis point for the entire government. Ms. Lohman is actually developing that plan right now, which we're trying to write from one of our federal agencies, which is actually NOAA. And it's a capacity building grant. So we're actually going for that for the next 3 years, which would give us a set amount of money to look at not only data, but also other components of the plan. So we're actually actively looking, though the plan hasn't been adopted as yet, we're taking from it already pieces that we can action to make sure that we make good decisions.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm hoping that we could even go beyond that with Army Corps of Engineers, for example, all of those type of analysis that we know, down the line has really dragged out on our development over an extended period of time. But if we could get that done, and not that it's being done for free, but then we could assess that fee, to the developers when they come here, so that we could be reimbursed for that contribution, I think will be significant. Again, I think it's good work, and certainly here at the legislature, we'll do our part to make sure that we continue to move this within the timeline and the framework that you have established. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you very much, testifiers, for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. I know, Commissioner, there was a very good advertising program, which I spoke about earlier. Now, once the comprehensive land and water use plan is done, is there going to be another public education campaign to, make the general public aware of, the changes, et cetera?
Yes, Senator. We have to, and it's built into all of our rules and regulations that we have to engage with the public when we're making changes, whether they be, but particularly our rules and regulations changes. There are some code changes that, they can be done up here directly. But we've also gone through the process with the public in years past. So in 2012 and 2013, for example, the department held some charrettes for downtown Charlotte Amalie in terms of what we call the form-based code for the towns, and the idea was that that could be adopted as a framework that could be reused in some of the other towns with some things. But we spent months working with the public on that to get it adopted in there. We made a decision during this process not to bring that part back up, but that could be one of the things that go in for early amendment as well, because it will deal with the consistency that we're going to see later on after the comp plan is adopted.
What did you find during this process? What did you find to be the most controversial aspects of this plan? Every island differed. So I'll start with the island of St. John. The best way to describe St. John is St. John just wants to ensure that they are on the map and that they are not forgotten. A lot of services that are on the two larger main islands are currently not provided on St. John. Some of those services used to be provided on St. John. At the end of the day, when you run a cost-benefit analysis of whether or not you're going to have every service, St. John will normally fall out of there just based on the cost per capita. But they really stressed that, St. John is, when you think about it, you'd say, oh, they're the smallest island, we'd probably be able to deal with St. John the easiest. And it's actually not. And it's because of the fact that you're dealing with less land, less water area, but you're still trying to ensure the same services for the people. A good example at the last hearing was the people of Coral Bay said, why do we not have a police station in Coral Bay? They stated that years ago they had a police station, and a decision was made to close that police station, and now anytime something takes place, it takes that much longer for a response to be out in the Coral Bay area. We talked about solid waste over in St. John, and what the ills of the transfer station and how it's only accepting a certain type of waste, and so you're starting to see more and more abandoned vehicles being thrown into the bush in St. John. And it's because there isn't a regularly scheduled pickup for whether it be abandoned vehicles or white goods or anything like that. So you're starting to see more and more trash accumulated in. When we met with St. Croix, there was a pulse to make sure that agriculture is not only protected but enhanced. And they wanted to make sure that our groundwater supplies are being recharged, are recharging our aquifers, that we are putting infrastructure in that would allow for our agricultural community to not just merely exist, but to actually be enhanced over the years. And it was not for, not necessarily for export, but rather to be able to take care of ourselves first and foremost. So depending on which island we were, there were different higher topics, but at the end of the day, the one main theme across all was that if the departments do not have the enforcement that tools that they need, then all of this is for naught. Valid. You mentioned St. John specifically, St. Croix specifically, things that stood out. St. Thomas?
Yeah, St. Thomas, I would say that what I heard personally was we trying to get to a place where we're allowing more mixed uses just because our density in St. Thomas is just really, really out there. Like, I mean, we're worried about where we would be able to develop now. And we have to think about, you know, traditional, our thoughts traditionally in terms of how we develop. You know, you work hard, you buy a piece of land, you build a house on a small thing, small quarter acre or half acre. And what we're seeing is that our costs to do that right now are exponentially higher than wages are. And so now we may have to see, or will have to consider, more Megan's Junction buildings where we're having amazing apartments, but that we're building vertically and not across. We're going to have to talk about more clustered development. So we, in the department, we have been pushing applicants who have been coming to us to do more planned area developments and coming down here for that. Because if somebody has a 5-acre parcel in an R2 zone, they could literally put 40 units on that. But we don't want to see 40 units spread across 5 acres. We would much rather see 40 units in 1 acre, 1.5 acres, and then leave the rest as green space. So we're over in St. Thomas. I think we were talking more along the lines of mixed use, and again flexibility in the code itself.
And I heard a lot of talk. You make a very good point. A lot of talk towards public housing and us going away from the vertical housing units, but it may be a good thing to say that you want to stay away from, but from a practical standpoint, when you're living on an island community, the only way is up. But I think the key is the quality and caliber of the,
correct
of the development. Correct. Exactly. But it's not practical to say you're going to just have individual units when you have 32 square miles on St. Thomas or
Correct.
18 on St.
Right now, I sit on the Housing Finance Authority board, and we're talking about price points right now. 2-bedroom units are looking at like $1 million to build.
That's amazing.
And so that's then that means there's no such thing as low income housing if we're building 2-bedroom units at $1 million. So
that's amazing.
So we're going to have to become creative, and it'll also cause a shift in our people in terms of how we build, how we develop. We might we have to promote, for example, here in the towns, Christiansted, Frederiksted, Charlotte Amalie, all of the towns, when they were the central portions of our territories, where people lived upstairs and then you had your shops and your businesses downstairs.
Yep.
Like, we're going to probably have to see more of that taking place in the town areas in order to bring people life back into the towns and get those thriving communities once again.
Agreed. Thank you for that, Commissioner. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Commissioner Ori and your supportive management team there again. Thank you so much for your testimony. I must start by giving kudos to you and your team for an amazing job in actually advertising and marketing the plan. I want to give kudos to our people in the territory for coming out and being part of the discussion, doing the round tables, etc., and basically coming up with this document that you have. Most of the information, I was part of it and I really enjoyed it. People have so many good ideas out there, and it's just for us to really get together and do the right thing on behalf of ourselves and the community. So again, kudos and great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, let me ask, in respect to your testimony, I'm happy also to see many instances where we deal with the water part of the land and water use plan. And in respect to our aquifers, etc., in respect to our groundwater resources, and you also spoke to the watershed in terms of managing and regulating and protecting the watersheds. And you have your policies in every group, and you have your strategy as you go through the document. And that's very good for us to have. It's like a guide, you know. Let me ask you though, in respect to our marine industry and our byways, and you know, I call you many times with certain situations. What would that look like in this plan in terms of assuring that, you know, we can protect those waterways, number one. Number two, we will not have as much derelict boats within those channels, etc. Can you speak briefly about that, please? How will this plan assist and upgrade that area?
So I would say that, Senator, what we would look to do, particularly on the water side, is we should be looking at future investment. A few years ago, the 33rd legislature passed a bill asking for the department to engage in a blue economy plan. So it is something that we have engaged with through the EDA with Puerto Rico in trying to really understand what are the uses that we want to see. I mean, there are, I think, 7 components of water use, or is it 9? You guys remember? But in the blue economy, there are several components where you talk about ocean energy. You talk about your resources, your fishing, your coastal barriers, and where your coral reefs are. And so it's making sure that we identify in our waters what are the benefits of those, and then where's the opportunities for the development. So, you know, St. Croix South Shore, for example, if we say that we want to explore offshore wind off the South Shore of St. Croix, then we, as a territory, should be designating the locations as to where that would take place, rather than other people coming in and trying to dictate to us where offshore wind would take place.
Okay, very good. And you also spoke to the adoption of policies and regulations in anticipation of climate change, impact of climate change. That's very important because climate change is
2
real
minutes.
and it's going to affect us. So to have that in a plan and basically prepare for that is very important. Also, you spoke to DPNR capacity to enforce current building codes. That's the next area that we have a problem in, the building code and enforcement. I get a call on a weekly basis from individuals with complaints of individuals not following the building codes and having to come to DPNR and having back and forth and having you guys go and inspect, etc. That's going to be a challenge. That area is going to be a challenge, especially when it comes to capacity and your staffing. Speak to that briefly before I go to my last set of questions, before my time runs out.
So it's one of our current challenges. It's one of our current challenges, Senator. I mean, we issue 4,600 building permits a year right now, on average. You know, we know that there is more activity taking place than what has been issued. And then also, persons, after they receive building permits, don't like the process of coming in for the intermediate inspections. They want to work on their timelines, but that becomes problematic as well.
But some of these folks, the calls I get, and I go and take a look myself, they don't care about the fines. They just say, you know what, I'll put a fine and keep it moving. I'm going to do what I want. How are we going to handle that part, though?
Yeah, so this is where our engagement in the process, there really has to be certain teeth within the department, and then also how we move forward on things that are beyond our capacity. So if somebody's building a 3-story building in a zone that only allows for 2-story, you should not be able to profit from your misdeed. But the expectation is DPNR can't come in and knock down the building. So.
And you spoke to providing access to good and healthy homes for all Virgin Islanders. And you specifically spoke to areas for our seniors where they can have continuum of care, etc., different districts. And I know you spoke to going up, which makes more sense, but at the same time, for our seniors, it's good and important to have certain areas also carved out, whereas, as you said, there's much green space that will basically work better with those individuals. Also, you spoke to smaller multi-family dwellings, and, for instance, townhouse, cottages, etc. I would like to add also that you spoke about the stigma and the mindset when it comes to modular homes, container homes, and the like, and prefab home. And as you say, $1 million average for a 2-bedroom home in the St. Thomas St. John district. Don't even talk about St. John. And I believe as we go forward, it will be prudent for folks to change their mindset, number one, and number two. Basically realize that even though you have a 2-3-bedroom home and you can bring down the price point to $600,000-700,000 by making sure you have a hardened structure, but at the same time the inside could be sheetrock or something else that looks the same, but you're protected from the outside, so you're good. You see what I'm saying? The roof is good, your shell is good, you should be fine. So we have to change the mindset and basically educate our people, and I think that's going to go a far way. And again, I want to thank you for your responses and for the plan, and I look forward to us basically bringing it to life and making this place a better place for all of us. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Commissioner, it was very telling when you said that the one theme that seemed to link all of the islands in the territory was the concern about enforcement. If we do all of this work and spend millions of dollars to develop this plan, are we going to be at a place where we have adequate enforcement to ensure that,
Well, we know we have to strengthen enforcement, right? I'll give an example. In our planning office for zoning violations, a zoning violation is $50, but you see entities where, let's say you're in a residential neighborhood, but they're running their business out of there, and then now you're having your streets being blocked up by cars and all these things because you're running a business in an area that should be residential. A $50 ticket is not going to cut it. And what we often use is the example of accessible parking spaces in parking lots. When it was $100 or $50 to fine when people were parking in the ADA spaces, people continue. When they moved it to $1,000 fine, nobody get catch parking in ADA spaces anymore because they didn't want to pay the fine and they didn't want their car to get impounded for not paying the fine. So we have to find that mark, like where do we hit the nail on the head where you're going to get compliance because of also the fear of what the enforcement positioning is. So
that balance. I mentioned earlier today, I was listening to a study. I don't know who did the study. I was listening to a study it was on, but I was kind of a little far from the mic, where they were talking about what deters people from committing crimes. And what was said is that certainty of being caught was really the key versus severity of penalties. So if I believe I am going to get caught, I am going to be fined, I'm more likely to stay away from committing this particular infraction. If you charge me $1 million, but I know that the probability of you having the resources or the interest of enforcing this thing, over time I figure it out, then people are still going to, commit the crime.
Absolutely. And it's one of the reasons why we invested in our TIP 411 app. It allows the public to notify us even anonymously, hey, something is going on. We created a program where you know that the likelihood of somebody undertaking development is permitted if you see this bright yellow sign at the entrance of the property,
Right.
which is what we issue to be able to identify that. But if you see somebody developing next door to you, you're not seeing the sign. We created these programs that the public can assist us, being our eyes and ears, to let us know when something is taking place. And I would say that a good bit of our violations that we process is through the assistance of the public notifying us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Senator Blanton was saying you need to advertise that part. You know, if you-
We can certainly do a lot, because we do get a lot of contacts through. I mean, it allows somebody to take a picture of what the violation is, send it to us. Sometimes your phone will geotag, so we actually know the location immediately and be able to find that as well. So
I got you. Thank you for that. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, DPNR team. I'm glad, Commissioner Oriole, that you've brought a team with you today. I just want to congratulate you and the 1,500 people that came out to give their feedback and something that would affect them. I had the opportunity to attend 2 of your sessions at UVI. Very constructive, very informative. But I want to just kind of speed this up. So I'm going to just pose this question as to, this plan is passed, and I'm a developer. I just come on the island, and I want to have a major project done. Tell me, what would be my first initial response as the department to guide this individual with this new land and water use plan?
So, Senator, the process wouldn't change for that individual right away. There are a number of things that have to take place right now that would lead us. So, our existing regulatory controls and our existing permitting processes will not change just from the adoption of this plan. We will have to go through a process to get certain things updated.
Okay, so I know it's not a regulatory tool, as you mentioned in your testimony. It's a framework of how you would make decisions. So I'm just saying, would this be able to help to streamline the development process? Someone who comes in, are you going to even have a board or commission to make the decisions of development and environmental protection? Would this, just tell me how, or tell the territory how of a benefit this would work as to someone coming in, a developer, how easy it would be for them now going forward?
So the process of the actual zoning areas and such will not change until we actually make an amendment to that. We are still proposing that there is a process for a planning board in there, because there will be things that will come up that we will not have thought of, and you need to leave a process for people. But in terms of the process for a developer, it begins with going to looking at the piece of property and finding out what the property is zoned for and what you're allowed to build on that. Again, the adoption of this plan will not amend the zoning code outright. We will be looking to do that as a separate process.
Okay, Commissioner, I think one of the comments from the community was that they talked about was eliminating the 2-tier permitting system. Tier 1 and Tier 2, as we know, one The coastal line areas are more stringent, the rules are more stringent in Tier 2. Do you think having a one-tier system would be better for the Virgin Islands? Just tell me, because, you know, I know it's more expensive. It could be more expensive with the regulations and having their best management practices in Tier 1 than Tier 2. So how would this impact if we were to come with a one-tier system?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So I don't believe eliminating the two-tier system resolves all of the issues that we have. I believe what it does solve is the public participation and input process on larger projects. There would be a cost to the department to try and run the entire permitting program for earth change and CZM as through the CZM process, which would mean a lot more administrative costs, but then also it's a lot more time for the developer itself. You know, in terms of wait times and processing times and those types of things. Both programs are set up to run identically, with the exception of the notification period that is required in the CZM process. I do believe, though, that the community, what they have mainly asked for is, in fact, the ability to comment and have input on major projects across the territory. And I think that that's where we definitely want to focus any effort when it comes to a Tier 1, Tier 2 permitting program.
Thank you. Commissioner, I know the Division of Coastal Zone Management has had to respond to some challenges as the coastal areas, accessibility to beaches. How are you going to address that availability to access to public beaches or homes that are built on the beach, but still have a nice beach at our residents that would have access to? Are those things going to be in the plan for accessibility or education to the public as to the Open Shore Shorelines Act? Tell us a little more as how that would be worked into this plan.
Yes, Senator. So you are correct in that what it ends up being is proper planning and also public education on the existing laws. One of the things that the territory of the Virgin Islands does not have is a public trust doctrine, in that, you know, you go to the states or you go to different municipalities and they say for every, you know, 500 or 1,000 feet of linear, if I may, Mr. Chair, if you may have a municipality that says for every 1,000 feet of area, there has to be a pedestrian access that allows you to get into a perpendicular access that allows you to get to the shoreline or something like that. The Virgin Islands, the territory of the Virgin Islands does not have that. And it was working backwards at the time, because a lot of the shoreline areas in the 1970s had already been cut, and parcels are deeded to the mean high water mark. And so what we found is in the Coastal Zone Management Act, where you see a major development requires that the department implement access to the shoreline if one is not already accessible. But it does not do that for minor permits. And the reason being is because minor permits would be considered a taking of people's personal property without just compensation. So what we as the government have to do is identify the areas that are already in existence show those, and the department actually had a program years ago prior to the storms where we were marking our public access sites using our Tommy Starfish logo that was originally created by the Hotel and Tourism Association. And we had road signs that would lead you to certain areas. They all got damaged by the storm, and we have not put that project back, but identification of the sites that exist is the number one thing the department has to do, and then identify afterwards what are the next sites that are most important, and be able to see how and where they would go, and then how we would be able to pay for those easements, and hopefully not have to get into eminent domain if not necessary.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your responses. I look forward to seeing the finalization of this plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Commissioner, I would imagine that the process of developing a good balance between a good, balanced, effective, comprehensive land and water use plan would be, it's like a dance between preservation and economic development. So on the front end, I just want to get a sense as to representation from, I guess the business and development, community, that's focusing on business development versus the preservation side, and how we able to mesh that.
That's the mission of the department. If you see what the mission statement is, it's to foster economic development of the territory while maintaining the balance of our natural and cultural resources. And day in and day out, that's what these guys do. Every time they're issuing a permit, every time they're evaluating an environmental assessment report. So when you're thinking about it now on a larger scale, we are looking at things both from a permitting aspect, but then also from a territorial sustainability aspect. We want to make sure that we are making informed decisions on development as it relates to climate. Years ago, we were basing a lot of determinations on permits based on the 30 years of feasibility for your bank to be repaid. Nowadays, you can't get a loan from the bank unless you have a minimum of 50 years for a lease, sometimes 100, in order for you to be able to undertake. We can look outside the window and see a couple of examples of that where they needed 50 years, 100 years, those types of things. So our key thing is to ensure that the natural resources here for the territory are what makes us unique and special. And we want to make sure that we put in all the safeguards to maintain and, where possible, improve the fitness of our natural resources, all while allowing economic development and activities to take place. We want to be able to make sure that your access to drinking water, potable water, groundwater is good for our farming, all those things that we do to be a self-sustained community. And it's very, very difficult to balance that over the needs of, we hear it all the time. In my years of evaluating projects in CZM, the first thing that you see in the economic portion of the EA is that we're going to create 150 jobs. We're going to create 200 jobs during the construction phase. We're going to have 60 permanent jobs after that. And that's what you're weighing it against when you're making these decisions. But we have to make sure that the people of the territory, as well as the resources that allow us to be who we are, that's what we're protecting and allowing for the blend of those two things to happen.
So during that process of the town halls and just community input period, you had adequate representation from both the preservationists as well as the developmental advocates.
I would say so.
You would say.
We always, I would say that the preservation side is always the ones that speak the loudest. But it doesn't mean that the folks who are behind economic development are not weighing in. They may not be as loud, but they do weigh in.
Their voices are heard.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, I think that a lot of people, we all want similar things, and the best way for me to summarize it, Commissioner, is that you just can't take the shortcuts, right? Go through the process. Let the department guide you. We pass 90 to 95% of things that are requested of the department. 5% gets rejected, and most of the time it's because the person was inflexible. And so the department has a job, and it's there to make sure that there's a minimum impact on the territory, on the community. And if you're inflexible, then we have no choice but to say, sorry, we're not going to pass your plan. So,
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Joseph, Madam Secretary, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. Please recognize Senator Joseph's microphone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues and, of course, to the men and women at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and, of course, to you, Commissioner Oriol. I listened into the conversations that was previous to my being recognized, and some of the questions that I would have asked were already asked. But I wanted to note that I had the opportunity to attend and participate in the comprehensive land and water use town hall meeting. And as a former, well, I'm still an environmentalist, always will be, I was very much pleased with the turnout and to see that a lot of our local people were working with the consultants to really give us a good product and their thought process and what they need or what they would like to see as part of the comprehensive land and water use plan. So I was very pleased that you made it available. It was like a classroom setting and you could actually start to work on things. So I really appreciated all the hard work that you guys did in doing that. Now, I wanted to touch bases relative to one of my major concern, and that is our watersheds. Because we have some natural aquifers here in the Virgin Islands. And I noted on page 2 of your testimony, you mentioned it. Now, we have had conversations regarding some of the convenience centers where the Virgin Islands Waste Management is looking at placing some of the convenience centers. I know that's a high-level discussion with you, as well as maybe the governor on these waste management convenience center. One that was being talked about was in a watershed, one area, and it was in an aquifer. How are you looking at developing your plans? Because it should have a level of management plan for the watershed and the aquifers. Is that something that is going to be included in your overall comprehensive land and water use plan, so certain areas will not be, will be looked at differently for development purposes?
thank you for the question, Senator. So, I am going to let Hillary, since Hillary is our coastal resilience coordinator, and actually for the last 3 years has coordinated the development of 10 watershed plans across the territory with still more to come. So I'll let her answer, and she can give you a little bit of background on what area she's been working on over the last 3 years as well.
Wow, I didn't know I could have stumped you in a question.
I can answer it, but I felt like everybody is
you
looking
want to
at me
share.
like,
You're as a team, and you're the leader. You have them there to support you.
Yeah, I could definitely answer it. I'm familiar with all 10, but I'll let Hillary get a chance to express some of the great work she's been doing for us.
Okay, Hillary, the stage is yours.
Okay, well, thank you for the question, and
Get closer to the mic, Hillary.
thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not sure if if you know the particular area that we're talking about right now, but I do appreciate the question. There were, to start where the Commissioner said, there were 5, what I call the belt of St. Croix. So from like Salt River across and down to Diamond, including Hovenza and Bethlehem. And some of the larger ones in St. Thomas, we did Belongo, Charlotte Amalie, the St. Thomas Harbor, and the airport, as well as Dorothea. So I'm not sure if any of the ones...
No, I was looking at mostly like Smith Bay on the east end.
Aha.
East end side, because they are outside of the Superfund site that is located in Tutu.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's familiar with that.
Yeah.
But I am talking, and the Superfund, let me just, for our listening audience, Superfund sites are, and Commissioner, you could correct me, and Hillary, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, Superfund sites are usually designated for where there are high level of toxicity and contamination to our natural resources. Don't shake your head, you got to say it in the record.
Yes.
Okay, so, all right. So I was looking at those aquifers that still exist that are uncontaminated, unpolluted, and in the watershed areas. And is there a plan that is being developed to preserve those areas?
So the Smith Bay watershed has a watershed plan.
Okay.
And also, this is a great opportunity to discuss that it's being implemented in large part by partners, of course, at the Department of Public Works. So Smith Bay is a strong example where DPNR took it on the development of a plan, because that's what we do with the P in planning, and then Public Works is taking on some of the large construction projects and some of the things that involve stormwater management, construction and government parcels and things like that. It's their wheelhouse. So there's some projects going on there. I can't, to make use of this time, maybe if I don't know the aquifer you're speaking of, I'll speak to what we do surrounding that, unless you want to get to this aquifer, because that's where we're headed.
The aquifer is critical. I think
Smith
the
Bay?
Commissioner
In
knows
Smith Bay.
which aquifer I'm referring to.
Yes. So the Smith Bay area, we did do a watershed plan, Senator, and what we found is that unfortunately we messed Smith Bay up ourselves. The largest body of water retention back in the 1960s, we filled it in and we created some condos on top of it. And so now we're trying to take 1,600 acres of watershed area and channel it through 2 basically long drains and an outlet that comes out. And when you get a heavy rain, you just have massive sheet flow over everything. So what we've also found is that we dug some test pits at the ballpark area to understand where the water table was a few years ago. We found that there is some contamination, but the water table is also pretty high. But so in the development of these watershed plans now, as Hillary mentioned, we take something around
Time.
a 30% design, and Mr. Chair, if I may conclude, what we do is we put something together around a 30% design, and then we give that to Public Works. And then now, as they're developing their roadway system and looking at drainage and all the plans for the updating of all of these roads to lessen the repetitive loss on the roadways and major changes, they're now using that watershed information to make those containment changes. Where do we implement storage? Even underground storage was identified for the Smith Bay area. so that we lessen the impacts from all of the channeled sheet flow that just happens because we simply don't have the capacity to run everything into one drainage channel.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I do have several probing questions, but I would just ask one. Okay,
You may proceed,
I do have a lot of follow-up questions to ask you regarding that, but I want to go to the water side now. We talk about a watershed, it's on the land. I want to go to the water side with the moorings, because that should be part of your comprehensive land and water use plan. What is your sense regarding that area, and how are we going to be looking at putting in those as part of the comprehensive? What was the feedback from the town hall meetings regarding that component of the comprehensive land and water use plan?
Sure. So many individuals stated the need for moorings to increase our recreational opportunities across the territory. And that is something that we have actively been working on. On several occasions, we've promoted the GVI's partnership with the Virgin Islands Professional Charter Association. They received a permit in the 34th legislature to install 100 moorings across the territory, thereby increasing day use and transient opportunities. So overall, increasing the amount of moorings to help not only the recreational product, but also to mitigate the environmental damages that anchoring does is what was positive. I would be remiss if I did not state, though, that there is a core group of individuals who want to see Magens Bay protected to its most major closed area. And I believe some of them are speaking with you and this body to try and make that happen. So right now, the department's position is that the area of Magens is not closed. It is not restricted. And what we put forward was a plan that allowed for some light recreational opportunity, both transient and day use. But there are those who would like to see Magens completely closed to vessel traffic, which it will have an impact. There will be an economic impact on the territory for that. But not, and again, right now we're seeing, particularly on long weekends where boaters come over from Puerto Rico, we do see 5 and 6 boats that are overnighting there for 3 nights, that sort of thing. So, but when you have, for example, I'm trying to remember the name of that one yacht, the really, really long one, something Sun. But there's very limited area that vessel can go. It can go in the harbor, both Christiansted and St. Thomas Harbor. Magens is the only other spot. So it will have to reduce port calls in the territory if Magens is not available for it.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say, that is the balance, that thin balance between economic development and progress with conservation and preservation that your department has to be able to strike, because without our environment, all of those boats and the like will not be coming to the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Commissioner, I wanted you to have an opportunity to discuss briefly how the realities of climate change factored in to the establishment of this draft plan.
Absolutely. In the department and amongst the professionals that we deal with, I think that climate change is not a separate issue. It's part of your planning exercises. Again, Ms. Lohman, being our coastal resilience coordinator, has been working for the last several years with UVI on our territorial resilience plan. She was working with UVI to create a coastal vulnerability index so that we now have a map that can represent what are the areas that are sensitive to different types of stresses that are caused by climate, whether that's excessive heat, flooding, inundation, storm surge, all of those things we now are showing. I'm sorry? Coral bleaching, so we take all of the impacts from climate and we're now trying to make sure that we can demonstrate or graphically depict it for the public. And it's not only just for their information, it also works, they're tools that developers will use because now they have information on why CZM may say, hey, we know the law allows you a 20-foot rear yard setback, but if you're in this high vulnerability area where for storm surge and we're telling you to set this structure back 100 feet, here's the map that tells you why we're doing that. Because we don't want to be in a situation where, whether it's a tropical storm or a Category 1 comes through, and there's strong storm surge associated with that, and we're picking up pieces of this structure in the ocean because we let it be too close right at that 20-foot setback line. So, we want to make data available. Right now, one of the major things that we're trying to do is work with the university. We want to get our rain gauges reinstalled and get more precipitation data because it's not the same uniformly across the territory. Based on elevation, everything, it's going to be different all over. And we really want to be able to show how rainfall impacts our land uses, particularly in our developed areas where we're having major runoff problems. But, it can go a long way. One of the things that kind of, I think, scares people is when we talk about drought, and we have been in a drought scenario for a number of years now. I told people we may have to rethink what the square footage from your roof to your cistern is to make sure that we're adequately storing enough water. I just shocked everybody because that just means an extra X amount of $1,000 to build your cistern, right? So, but we have to look at how we already are fortunate enough that we build with cisterns, so it prepares us for long drought scenarios. But will the current ratio that we use be enough, and for you to be able to sustain extreme drought, long periods, 4 months, no rain, that sort of thing? Because it's not like that hasn't happened. This is recent history for the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we have to make sure that we're preparing ourselves for that. Extreme heat is another one right now. So all of those things, when we talk about climate change, we don't separate it out. We're putting it into just what our planning processes are and what we look for when we're trying to make informed decisions for the territory.
Understood. I mean, it's comforting to know that you're, I guess, on top of things. I know data really drives policy. In this body, we rely on the subject matter experts to educate us, to advise us. You mentioned a scary thing about possibly the realities of this, this massive drought that we've been experiencing for years. Maybe it's going to lead to us having a policy change to require a certain, you mentioned a certain amount of square footage increase on your system to make sure you have the proper capacity of water. I know that's going to push the cost of construction even further down through the roof. But the reality is, based on what the data is saying, based on the realities, we're going to have to make some adjustments as policymakers. So it really makes sense. And before I go to the final senator in the lineup, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I wanted to ask you to think futuristically. 10 years from now, and reflecting back on the decisions that we made today regarding the, adopting the comprehensive land and water use plan, what would a successful land and water use plan look like? 10 years from now, I mean, what would the community look like to enable you to say, we got it right?
Very good question, Senator. It actually takes me back to the the third town hall meeting that we had in each district, where we had some graphical representations. For the St. Thomas area, I know we used Smith Bay as one of our areas, and we saw where, you know, we would put in as part of roadway, like we had underground storage for water to reduce flooding, but then be used secondary reuse of water. We had an example in Sunny Isle where we saw we changed the roadway and traffic and created like a major drainage channel, but then we also did some mixed use development. So you had some like apartments in the fringes around the Sunny Isle area, that sort of thing. So I think it's where you're gonna have clustered development that is going to have a number of things within your community, and that's what, if we move in that direction, the things that people are talking about, particularly in the communities themselves, like, you know, they want to have access to like a small corner store. They want to have access to properly installed sidewalks for walking and biking. We want to see our drainage for the water areas really well put together and maintained, so that that water is now recharging in there and it becomes a landscape feature. And so if we're putting all of these things together, then we're implementing that change. You know, more mixed use type of development, making sure we don't have the runoff problems that we do because we're constructing our roadways properly, putting the proper drainage, we're accounting for the rainfall and the sheet flow of that properly, and not just saying we're going to be limited by the amount of money that we can actually do for this right now.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your response. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
My colleagues, good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. When I first ran for office about 12 years ago, I was on WTJX with a sitting senator. They had paired us up as candidates to answer questions. And one of the questions they asked about, what do you think about us getting a land and water use plan? And I remember I chuckled a little bit. I said, I could almost guarantee you, if I run again, I'll be sitting on TV and you'll be asking me the same identical question. And so said, so done. But what I will say, fast forward 12 years, I'm happy in the direction we're going. I as a member of this institution, as an employee, I know over the years several senators have attempted to tackle doing a land and water use plan. But I think the route that we are chosen to do it is actually the better route, as opposed to it being almost isolated to the institution, as opposed to having community involvement. I think that broadened the scope to potentially create a better plan that will ultimately have to be coded and put into the VI code. What I will say, from a selfish standpoint, one of the things I definitely would like to see ultimately is taking away these variances and things that are within this institution. I think these things need to be ultimately, like I said, coded, put in the VI code, and allow DPNR to just follow the law to make a lot of these decisions, as opposed to people constantly in this institution asking for little things like going from R2 to R3. I sit here sometimes, I know it's part of our responsibility now, but I think ultimately, I think it has to fall under the department where I believe it should be. So I hope at some point when we go through all of these things, at some ultimate point, that will be our reality. I think for me, my biggest fear is I am 50 years old and I have seen so many projects start. When administration changes, the mission or the goal for one might not be for the next one. And certain things might get stripped away, fall again the roadside. I don't want this to be one of those projects. It has to be done. So I am really, really hoping that we get this accomplished so that when it comes to our land and water use, that we could maximize what we have to the best of our ability. Because I know ultimately, even with how we build, when you spoke about even having to make adjustments to our cisterns, all of these things are integral parts long term. And I think as a people, we have to stop tweaking and doing things just short term. Because ultimately, I might not be here 20 or 30 years from now, but the work that you guys put in, or even us as legislators might put in now, has to have a strong hold to make sure that the future of the Virgin Islands is impacted in a way that we could say we did this to make sure our people are okay. So I want to give you guys kudos because I do see the effort. You know, when you hear commercials on my station, I see the effort. I see the YouTube commercials. I say, what? They're doing a lot, because almost every place I turn, I'm seeing that you guys have been really reaching out to the public, and the public definitely responded. So I don't really have much questions, but I wanted to put that on the record because I need for everyone to understand how important what we're doing here today, what your department and agency is doing, and how it's going to have a long-term effect on the people of this territory. So I have 2 minutes, so let me see what I could squeeze in. I know you spoke about under Goal 5, making a better land and water use decisions when it comes to the data-driven aspect in your agency. And for me, data is very, very important. And to want to do that, I want to know cost-wise, have you guys fleshed out what potential cost or how much you see it would be to set this up to make sure that we do have the accurate data while we're attempting to execute this?
No, Senator, we haven't cost anything out yet. Okay. I think that's part of our next phase of what we'll be doing.
Well, I'm saying that because I wasn't sure it's budget time, so I'm trying to make sure everything is covered so that we could get this job done. You also, when it came to the land and water use plan, I know that we have to make some major changes ultimately in our zoning codes, because that's going to be a big part of this. How we parcel off land. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I grew up if I travel to the U.S., and I'm looking at a row of houses, and I see there's maybe X amount of space between these houses. And I'm saying, but wait a minute. In St. Thomas, I see 10 houses here, but St. Thomas, there might only be one house. And I'm recognizing for how our small land mass is, we're going to have to change a major part of our coding to allow for maximizing more space with our land. Because we are running out of space. And that's just the reality of it. We're going to have to make changes to, excuse me, we're going to have to make changes as it relates to, sorry, as it relates to maybe the different zonings as to how high somebody could build a home to maximize more space, so we could have more space for housing. So I'm looking forward to all of these things being part of the process, but also making sure that that relevant data is collected so that when it comes to us as senators doing our part to change the code and improve it, that data is also supporting the things we need to do. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted our round of questioning for Commissioner Oriel and his team regarding the comprehensive land and water use plan. I'm going to allow you, Commissioner, to give us maybe a 1-minute wrap up. This comprehensive land and water use plan is something that's critical. I'm glad that I will be around, hopefully, to have a role to play in the passage of this very important initiative. So, Commissioner, I'm going to give you an opportunity to share with us your 1-minute wrap up.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And before I do that, I just wanted to answer Senator Francis Heidegger's question about the role of the zoning amendment request. So, again, up until the 1990s, that role was actually fulfilled by a planning board. And there was an amendment to the code that then put that responsibility into the legislature's hands. What we are proposing is for it to be held by a board once again. Me, in particular, I feel that, rather than creating a new board and struggling to fill that, I believe that the Coastal Zone Management Commission, the way that they're established and what their responsibilities are under Title 12, are there and could fulfill that role. But it is important to note that the people who have made comments specifically on that have stated that they believe it should not be a political thing, but rather it should be within the realm of a board to do. But just in wrap up, Senator, I want to thank you for the opportunity to just present where we are. I feel that we can definitely say we've done our best to be inclusive and make sure. A couple of funny things have happened. I've been in Cashilas here in St. Thomas, where a little girl sees me in the line and she starts repeating the words from the YouTube. And I was in the market in St. Croix, and a lady asked me if I was the gentleman on the TV, and I told her yes. And she said, "Boy, you almost made me pay for YouTube Premium because you keep interrupting my shows." So we know we got out there if people are recognizing us in order to be here. I really want to thank the Horsley Witten and their team for the guidance that they've provided all along the way. What I would say is a very strategic approach to be inclusive and making sure that we were gaining community support and input all along the way. I want to thank all the members of my team that have been diligently working on this. It has been a process, and sometimes you have to refocus because there's so much input, and we have to work with the community, and we have to make sure that they fully understand what the comp plan is, what it is not, and trying to make people understand and buy into that. And my team has been working with the community and making sure that we're providing also that local input along the way, because this is not the Horsley Witten plan. This is the plan for the Virgin Islands, and it has been created. It has been, the inception of it is from the thoughts and feelings of Virgin Islanders here. I want to thank all the people of the Virgin Islands, the 92 volunteers, and all the stakeholders that came out, and everybody who agreed, signed up on our mailing list, asked for information along the way. We could not do this without them. We know that this is something that the people of the Virgin Islands have stated is necessary. And we felt that it was a good time to approach it. I think we've identified some things along the way based on the needs of the people that it gives us what phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4 will be like, starting to try and address some of these needs. And again, I've certainly enjoyed all of the engagement and all of the conversation that I've had over the last 15 months with the public, and how I think we learned from the public, and the public learned a lot about DPNR as well. So again, thank you for the opportunity. I want to remind those listening and viewing that the comments on the draft principles are available until July 26th. So please go to www.planusvi.com, provide us with your input. And I'm looking forward to sometime within the next 6 to 8 weeks sending something through the office of the governor down to the legislature for the 35th legislature's consideration.
We are definitely looking forward to that, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Thank you, team. I don't take for granted the massive amount of work and skill that is required to capture the thoughts, the ideas of, members of this community from so many different schools of thought, comments and opinions on our environment and use of land, to capture it and to reduce it to one plan, that guides and directs sustainable development for this territory is something that is awesome. So I want to thank you and thank your team for all that you've done with regards to getting this effort completed to the point where it's at right now. As you said, the next step is there's a continued comment period through end of July.
Yes.
Okay, and then within the next 6 weeks, you're forwarding it to the governor, and hopefully it'll be down to the legislature for the 35th legislature's consideration.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning meeting of July 15th, 2024 is officially adjourned. Thank you to Central staff, to my staff. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team.